Welcome, guys, to my Love Island USA Season 7, episodes 14 through 23, recap and review. Hi, guys, I'm back. I am back. I know you're like, where have you been? Haven't seen you in a month of Sundays, but I have been hella busy, unfortunately, or fortunately. Both of my children, my youngest two, graduated from their respective schools, so I was busy doing that. I'm a pretty involved parent. I am president of one of their parent organizations. I was leading committees for graduation for the entire year, and finally done. So we are back to get up to speed on all of the happenings of Love Island USA Season 7. I've been keeping up with the season. I just had no time, literally, to do this. I barely slept for the last 2 weeks. I am just catching up on sleep. In fact, I worked a 14-hour day the other day. But I am excited to be back to chat all about the season with you guys and get through these episodes. So I'm doing this a little differently today in order to get through the majority of the episodes. I'm not going to go into in-depth conversations in the first few episodes, but I will with the last two Casa episodes right before tonight's Sunday episode. I want to agree with Natalie here. This Casa Amor is the season for the season was a flop. I was not happy with it, and we'll discuss some things that I do want to talk about before we talk. If you haven't seen it, Peacock has a preview of Beyond the Villa. The first so they did a trailer, and then they did a actual clip of piece of the first episode, I think, because we see them at the premiere party, or the season party that they did. So I'm excited that I got to see the show, and the show is actually exciting me because it really does look like a real good reality TV show. So if you have not seen that on Peacock, you can see it. You can make sure to add the show to your stuff, so when the premiere happens on July 13th, you can watch it and it will come up in your feed. Also, I am going to cover the season. Additionally, we got the official cast list for Perfect Match recently on Netflix. If you haven't watched that, if you haven't seen that, go check out Netflix socials. But there's going to be a lot of cast members from Love Island, including Ray from Love Island Season 1, and Love Island Games, Justine from Love Island Season 2 and Love Island Games, Scott from Love Island 10 and Season 5 of USA, in Carrington Season 2, Love Island, and Love Island Games. So I'm going to cover that as well. It's a little harder to cover Netflix shows, but since Love Island USA should be done by then, because that premieres August 1st, and I'm only going to be covering Beyond the Villa and possibly Bachelor in Paradise. I'm still up in the air about Bachelor in Paradise, guys. But I will be covering at least Perfect Match and Beyond the Villa, so we can have some discussions. Now, remember, Beyond the Villa is going to be a regular semi-scripted reality show, only because that's how most reality shows are actually done these days. They're semi-scripted. They create events and points of products that you have to go through. It just won't have the competition aspect. So there's that. And also, what else? with Bachelor in Paradise, I'm still not sold on whether or not they know how to get out of their own way. Unfortunately, Love Island USA doesn't seem to know how to get out of its own way. We gave them a formula last season for success. They've decided that they don't care about their formula that we tried to give them. They're just going to do whatever they want to. So, same thing with Bachelor Nation. They don't care about what we want. Ultimately, they are going to do what they think because they think they know better. So I'm not sold, but I kind of want to see what happens because certain people are on the cast and I kind of want to see what happens to them. And then Perfect Match, we know that we have a success story. We just don't know how we get there. So if you have not heard, Ollie from Love is Blind UK is engaged and pregnant with AD from Love is Blind USA. So we know that they met on Perfect Match. We just don't know the journey. So we'll cover at least Beyond the Villa, at least Perfect Match. I want to thank you guys for continuing to rock with me, for being here. I know that I have not been here, but thank you guys. So in the chat, we have Boss Queen. Hi, welcome, Boss Queen. Boss Queen says, hey, beautiful, missed you so much. Congratulations, your boys. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of them. My one son got a bowling award from his school. My other son did really well and is going to high school. So I'm excited for both of them. They have a lot of things going forward. Jaquan is here. Jaquan says hi. And Jaquan says, I told you Ace was the biggest hater. I don't know if Big Ace is the biggest hater. I think you guys are going to find that my opinions on certain things are going to be a little different than everybody else, but that's standard operating procedures for me. I don't see things the same way as other people. I don't think Ace is the biggest hater. I don't. You're going to be surprised who I think is the biggest hater. But we'll talk. Ari is here. Ari says, hey, ladies. So Miss TJ will join at some point. I'm not sure yet, but she'll be in and out of the show. Christina is here. Christina's Ace is not the biggest hater. I agree. I don't think Ace is the biggest hater personally. I like Ace. Not necessarily the person that I want to win the show. I love Ace. I love Shelly's connection with Ace. They are not necessarily my winners yet. I would have to see a little more in order to decide if they become my winners. But right now, Dino's here. Dino says, I want to hear your thoughts on Ace. Can't wait to tell you guys. So first up, where we left off on episode 13. So on episode 14, we do see that we got this dramatic recoupling that I actually loved. So there are things that I actually liked that the show introduced. This door recoupling thing that they did, loved it. Absolutely loved it. Loved everything about it. So we do see at this point, the night before, Huda and Jeremiah have gotten into it. You could tell that him and he's like really done, but they have a conversation in the speakeasy, and he's really trying to get her to understand how he's feeling. And she's just basically like, the only reason why America split us up is because you weren't making them feel like you liked me enough. And I said, no, that is not why we split you up. We split you up because you guys were toxic. We split you up because, yes, we do feel like he doesn't like you as much as maybe you would want him to, considering you have a child, but also you were exhibiting toxic behavior and he was exhibiting toxic behavior and we no longer wanted you guys together. So can you please get away from each other? But until that happens, they're trying to see where they can come to a meeting of the minds at this point, because he says, but I think you have done unhealthy things that the public has seen and the villa doesn't like. And he was right, to be fair. Huda believes that if he had tried harder with her and he would have comforted the naysayers. So we do see Austin and Amaya chat, and she thinks he's a genuinely nice guy. He says that he likes her as well. Now, before this, we had been so confused because it did seem like they were connecting, but then he like started getting on this thing of focusing on Shelly and being upset with Eighth and Shelly, and it was like, Austin, if you don't want to be in this triangle, get out of it, because first of all, we don't like you with her anyway. So then when it felt like Amaya and him were having a conversation to like get back on track, he was kind of like deading it. And then she was just like, okay, well, if you're not into it, I'm not going to bother. So now we see he's back to all of a sudden giving her attention. And I'm just like, so you're giving her attention because you have nobody. You have nobody. And then he starts talking about backgrounds. And she does tell him that, you know, she is American, but she's of Dominican descent. And he makes a face. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, I don't know about this. They seem to have had a really nice, I would say, connection or very early on when she came in. But this time around, I'm just like, I feel like he's using her. Pepe and Hannah chat. And basically, she's kind of like, oh, she's happy where she is. And I said, basically, oh, goodbye, Charlie. Now, there was a big whole thing about Charlie leaving. And I put out a TikTok on why Charlie was the right person to go. If you missed that, head to my TikTok and you'll see why. So we do get that the Ariana arrives for this recoupling game, and it's this colorful doors, and every girl gets a door. And I did like this because at this point it felt like the girls wanted to be chosen. And it wasn't feeling like that was going to happen, especially since it was supposed to be a recoupling for the women. And so this is the only thing about this that I did not like. The women have not really gotten to choose. We've had no women's speeches. We've had no expression from the women of what they really want. And I do agree that it was better that the men also chose them, but I did miss that about the back and forth. Like, men choose, women choose. But I love this. I'm going to say, if anything I took from this, though, I did love this. Because it did make people who were in flux make hard decisions. Like, this is what we want right now. Love the entire thing. So every woman gets behind the door. Then a boy will go to the door of the woman that and I'm using woman and boy on purpose. A woman will be behind the door with the name on it, and every guy gets to go to the door of the woman that they want. The women then behind the doors text to 815 or whatever, but it's really the producers, to say which man is allowed to have their door unlocked. And then if the man that gets to that door is not one of those men, they at that point have to sit down, and they are single and vulnerable. If the man is the man that she has matched with, they get to open the door, and it just confirms their connection. Loved it. Loved the entire thing. So we see Nick knocks on Sierra's door, of course, reaffirming their coupling. That was a no-brainer. Pepe opens Hannah's door again. We, America, made the right choice. Hannah and Pepe. Yay, 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 yay. Austin steps to Amaya's door, and people are shocked because they didn't know about this secret Amaya and Austin connection. Shelly's shocked because Austin never told her. My whole thing is, you don't actually care either, so it's okay. Ace goes to Shelly's door. Oh, and Amaya, of course, had put in Austin as the person who could unlock her door, and that is what they did. And he recouples with Maya. Ace opens Shelly's door, and they are finally together. And the gods sing, finally. And then Jaylen knocks on Alandra's door, but it is locked. Not surprised, because at that point, I had already been noticing that it felt like Jaylen was not putting in enough effort with Alandria. I think him not trying to kiss her at the recoupling the episode before really was a knock on him, because that was the time to try to kiss her, not outside the challenge. On the challenge is when he should have kissed her, because then they could have seen, was there something there? Was there a spark? No. He tried to kiss her outside of the challenge, and he kissed Shelly and Amaya, who, in my opinion, were actually his top two. And we do find this out once he, spoiler alert, gets eliminated. He says those are the two that he would explore with. I think that those were his top two, and Alandria was just the person that America put him with. And so at the end of the day, he chose Alandria, thinking she was going to go with America's choice, and she did it. And I know a lot of people don't agree with that decision, especially after what we will know, spoiler, comes to the end of Casa Amor. I still agree with that decision. I still don't feel like Jaylen was her person. And I get that people do feel like Jaylen came in and he was everything of her type on paper. I just feel like they don't have the same love languages, and so he wasn't her person. And I feel like people keep missing that because they like Jaylen, and I like Jaylen. I think he's a sweetheart. I think he's a little teddy bear. For me, he would be a no-go because he hasn't traveled enough, but I'm also old or older. So for me, I want a well-traveled man. I don't want to have somebody who just got their passport for this experience. But I think he just wasn't all around the person. And sometimes that's what happened. On paper, you want somebody. Like, I feel like on paper, Taylor is everything Alandria wants on paper. But it's Alandria everything that Taylor wants on paper. And if you know my friend Danita, who's usually in the chat and who is on our year-end review, she and I came up with a theory for that I will equate to you guys a little later. And it has to do with a certain Bachelor finale. But we will get there. Boss Queen says, yes, Jaylen is a fraud. I don't think he was a fraud. I do think he was playing the game. I just don't think he was playing well. That's what I will say. I think he's a sweetheart. I think it's crazy that he has 1.7 million on TikTok, but have at it. I'm going to say this, and y'all can think it's rude, but white people do it all the time. They come on these shows, they get a following, people follow them off of nothing, and then they go about their business and make money. Good on Jaylen. Have a great time. I hope he's very successful, and I hope that he and his family find real success with whatever money he makes off of this. I hope he makes a ton. KB is here. Welcome back, KB. KB says, hey, Mika. Oh, today might be a long live. Lots of episodes to touch on since your last live. Absolutely. So I'm touching on important parts for us to discuss. And, you know, some of these games I don't really need to discuss. KB says sometimes it just doesn't work. They didn't have a spark, and I agree. Alan made the best choice based on what she had to choose from, in my opinion. And KB says, I've been saying Taylor isn't into Alan, but she looks literally nothing like any woman he's clearly had an interest in on socials. I could never ship to Alandria because of that. I will say this. I don't agree he isn't into her. And then we will talk about that later. Taylor opens Alandria's door and they are reunited. And Jeremiah stops at Iris's door and it opens for him. The entire villa is shocked because he has split from Huda and he has affirmed what America's pick for him was, Iris. And I love that Jeremiah did this, but also remember, Jeremiah is a Taurus like me. And to be honest, I think once Huda started like those name calling and the things that she started saying, he was done. And I understood him being done. So good for him for making that choice. He chose himself. He chose peace. And with that, Huda is now single and vulnerable, as well as Jaylen. So in a twist, the two single islanders will be dumped unless one islander is chosen by the cast to keep. And with 8 votes, Sierra, Amaya, Iris, Ace, Shelly, Alandria, Taylor, and Hannah, Huda stays with 8 votes. With 4 votes, Nick, Austin, Jeremiah, and Pepe, Jaylen is eliminated. And I mean, I saw it going no other way. I know people were upset at this, but again, there was no other way for it to happen. And we do see next episode, Ace says, at the end of the day, I didn't see that Jaylen was really trying and putting effort. And I said, thank you, Ace, because that is also how I felt. Thank you for reaffirming that, because I feel like that is what was happening here. He wasn't putting enough effort into Alandria. That's what I felt. Jessica is here. Jessica says, do you think it was decided to judge Jaylen and Huda in the moment? It would have changed the direction of the show from how it is now. No. I don't think it would have changed anything, because I don't think Alandria would have chosen Jaylen at any point. I think Jaylen would have chosen Amaya at some point, especially when we see later Austin seems to have like this thing with second thoughts and he's not into it, and Amaya doesn't know what to do because she really thought they had a connection. I think Jaylen would have swooped in on Amaya. And so then the only conflict here is, does Amaya go into the recoupling, the end of the recoupling of Casa with an actual connection? Jessica says, no, I'm saying if the show dumped both of them and not just one. We just have one less couple in Casa. I don't think it changes anything, except for at this point. Okay. So at this point, Huda being there gives more options at the end of Casa for her and maybe Alandria to explore, since they're pretty much the singlest islanders, I think, in there, right? After Casa. So not really. I don't think it changes much here. With the way they changed the Casa format is what I'm saying. I don't think it changes much here. Not at all. KB says, we can agree to disagree. I see their interest in each other as one-sided. He tried because the game, in my opinion, we work as friends, and that's okay. I mean, if he tried because of the game, then why didn't he stay with her because of the game? So next episode was my favorite episode. Oh my gosh. Meg Thee Stallion enters the villa as the ultimate bombshell. Guys, the saddest thing about this episode for me was that she did not pull a Neo a la season 10 of the UK and take the girls to Casa, because that is what I wanted. But I loved Meg Thee Stallion entering into the villa. I feel like it gave new life to the girls. It got their juices flowing. They recentered themselves as the bad bitches that they were. I just loved it. I loved everything about it. Loved everything about it. So at the beginning of the episode, we do see that everybody seems to be second guessing Huda because Taylor and Alandria sits down with her and they're like, listen, you can't go after Jeremiah going into the villa, like being so nasty. You can't talk to him no more. And we kept you because you deserved a shot. Please take this shot and please be good. And the next thing she does is interrupt Iris and Jeremiah in the speakeasy to talk to him, have one more chat. He really kindly just like shuts her down. But they agreed to move on peacefully. They had kind of hug. And I do feel like they kind of hugged and she wanted a kiss. And he kind of swerved her. But that was my opinion on it. Next, we see that the girls get a text. Well, I think it was Sierra that got a text that Meg Thee Stallion would be coming into the villa and that they would be wearing Meg Thee Stallion's new line of swimwear called Hot Girl Summer. And Meg Thee Stallion was coming herself to judge their twerk off. Guys, how much did you love this episode? Because I loved it. I loved this episode. And so she does walk into the villa. And the first thing she does is go up to the girls' dressing room and sits down and talks to them. And she tells them, like, especially our main OG girls, like Huda, that she wants to see Happy Huda again. She tells Shelly how much she like really loves her. She tells Alandria how she has a photo of her in her phone. And Alandria's like, you know my name. And literally, if you're not that excited about Meg Thee Stallion, like knowing your name, are you really a Meg Thee Stallion fan? Like, please. And we had saw it early in the day when they sent the text, like Taylor was excited for Meg to be there. The people were so excited for Meg to come in, and that is the reception that I love that she got. And so I love this episode. Ari agrees, love this episode. And Mary agrees the dance-off was in the episode was fire. Yeah, so we had a limbo contest. We had a build the bombshell contest. Listen, the twerk off. I love this episode. It was so fun. Yeah, KB agrees. Like, it was just so fun. It was really light after a few heavy ones. Like, it was the perfect, like, filler, but not filler. But we do see at the end of this episode. Oh, so let me talk about it a little bit because the twerk off we had. Listen, Alandria was bodying. And so, yeah, she won. Shelly took her. Listen, if you don't take every opportunity that is given to you, that's your fault. Meg Thee Stallion was sitting up there and Shelly was told to dance. And she grabs Meg Thee Stallion and dances on her. Hello? Of course she did. That was so amazing. Nick twerked. Taylor twerked. Taylor, I feel like, was a better twerker than Nick. It was anyway. How Amaya let Austin beat her, I don't know. It was weird, but it was fun. But at the end of the episode, after building the bombshell, we do see 2 bombs Meg brings in for the villa. It is TJ, a 23-year-old from Westchester, which, yeah, he has he's another one with a bunch of social media issues. So whatever. And he's from Westchester, New York. Not surprised about his viewpoint. Um, the ladies seem to be very into him. I don't understand why. And then Meg was like, well, I know you girls won, but gotta send in this girl. And she says, Andrina into the villa. She's a 23-year-old bombshell from Spain who's of Dominican descent and currently lives in my state of New Jersey. We do find out that affectionately, like, she actually is connected to Shelly in some way because they follow each other on social media. Anyway, very funny. So listen, Andrina is a baddie. And Mary agrees. Andrina is so hot. Why another bombshell? She literally, I have a theory. TJ, based on Casa, TJ and her were supposed to be Casa people because you don't send in an Andrina in as a bombshell. Unless she's a day one bombshell, you don't send her in as a regular on bombshell. You send her into Casa to blow everybody up. And then with TJ, I felt like they sent in a slingshot. Yay, TJ. Jessica says the only thing that brought the episode down is the girls got TJ while the guys got Adri. That's what I'm saying. But other than that, I love the episode. Meg brought energy to the villa. I mean, seriously, because like TJ was a slingshot and Drina was a bombshell. Seriously, like a bomb. And KB says Nick nursely stripped and Taylor gave us cowboy uncle twerk. Yes. Yeah. And Mary thinks they told them to lie about their interest in TJ. At this point, maybe. Because I didn't get it. And then, yep, Andrina's who you bring in the heart rate challenge. That girl is fire. Period. Oh, man. Okay. Next episode, we had a challenge called Where's the Beef? And it was the new bombshells were able to kind of start getting into the villa. They talked to everyone. We saw who they were interested in. So we saw Andrina was very interested in Jeremiah. They had a really nice connection. I really like their connection. But again, Andrina is his type. When what we heard from the guys earlier in the season, Andrina is really his type. Latina, hot, tall. Who could blame him? Everybody thought that Huda was going to like start going into a bit of a tailspin about it. I think she handled this fairly well, to be honest, considering everything. Who else seemed interested in? She was supposedly interested in Ace and Jeremiah. Ace didn't seem to look at her anyway. Taylor didn't seem to look at her anyway. It was really just like all the other guys seemed to be. Nick was really interested in her to the point where he basically was like to Sierra, yeah, like we're open. And so I'm open to Andrina. And Sierra's basically like, okay, then I'm open to TJ, but she doesn't really mean it because she's getting upset because why are you so into Andrina and not like trying to close things off for me? Welcome, Miss T Joy.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Mika.
Yes. Oh yes, Ari. I forgot. And foreign.
Yes.
And foreign. Foreign is
we must be talking about Jeremiah. We must be.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about Jeremiah. We're on episode 16. So
okay.
Yeah, we're talking about Jeremiah. His type was Latina.
Yes.
Beautiful, tall, and foreign. Yes. And KB giving you a nice welcome here. And so is Jessica. So yeah, So we had this
Hi there.
challenge that where they dress up as milkmaids and leather chapped cowboys, and they go couple by couple in a
Ooh.
farm size challenge. And they're so the way that it was done was their partners were supposed to pick a wheelbarrow style. uh they were supposed to like put their faces in the water and pick the name
Well,
out of the bucket.
first they had to carry the girl had to carry the guy wheelbarrow style through the thing. They
Mhm.
had to go through the little maze thing. Then when they got to the bucket part, they both put their faces in there and bob for apples. You're supposed to be bobbing for apples. And then after that, that's when you kiss the person. Then you go back. And I don't like no transferring of liquids. You go
Yeah,
back, you milk the cow, and then the guy has to then put it in the girl's mouth, and then she has to transfer it to the pail, and they have to get a certain amount. I can't stand that. A certain
yeah,
amount.
yeah,
And then once they do that, then they answer the question, and then they dump that amount onto the person that whoever the answer is for the question, which is
yeah.
gross.
It was gross.
Ugh,
It was gross.
ugh,
It is gross.
ugh.
Um,
And Nick was just like, oh, oh, oh.
3M Shaw is here. Hi, 3M Shaw. 3M Shaw says Nick felt real feisty with Andrina, and that's when I was officially again. Yes, girl.
Fetishy.
Thank you, thank you. Me and you, me and you, against that shit. That was the grossest shit. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. But yes, Nick saw Andrina and knew he could not pass up this opportunity
Oh, you
to
was
kiss.
gonna get that kid.
Right. But we also saw Huda. Now we know, like, I think it was like earlier in the night before, or earlier in the day, or something that happened. Huda had pulled Pepe, and she's like, basically, I can only shoot my shot at TJ and Pepe. She had shot her shot at TJ the night before, and she had shot her shot at Pepe, kind of cutting off
Mm-hmm.
Hannah in doing it. And we
Yes.
see, like, after this challenge, her mom and dad, Taylor and Alandria, ask her, well, did you tell Hannah? And she's like, oh, no, I didn't.
Oh,
And
I
at this point,
forgot at the end we were gonna kiss. I like kind of forgot about that. You didn't forget anything. You did not forget anything, and that's what I don't appreciate about Huda. Like, you want to just put this banner up that you're this girl's girl, but your behavior does not support it, and that's okay. You don't have to tout that you're a girl's girl. You can just be yourself. You only become a fraud when you're pretending to be something that you're not. You could just not even say that and just be who you are, and people can accept you for who you are. They don't like when you tell them they're getting steak and they get chicken. People don't like that. That's just
nope.
all I'm saying. You're not a girl's girl, though. You're really not. So just stop telling people that.
That was the moment when all the girl allegations for Huda died.
Right.
So yeah, she chose Pepe to kiss and realized, oh, now Hannah's gonna know I'm after her man, and I forgot to tell her. And that's apparently at this point we find out. Now we also find out in interviews later. This is the point where she kind of had been getting close with Hannah, and
Right.
she allowed this to like kind of get in the middle of her relationship with her.
Yeah, listening to the interview that Hannah did with what's that girl name? That podcast. Anyway, I can't remember. Anyway, when she did is it Call Me Daddy? I don't know, somebody. Anyway, she said that she had that Huda told her practice on me, because she said she wanted to tell Pepe about, her past traumas and maybe why she moves the way she moves. And Huda was like, practice on me. And she told Huda all her traumas and all the things that she had been been through and why she was the way she was. And then that woman went and pulled that man.
The next
And
day.
I was like,
And
that
at
is
this
so
point,
terrible.
And at this point, Hannah, so we speculated, but
Right.
Hannah actually confirms she and Pepe had sex the night before.
Right.
So, yeah.
And
Jessica
so
says
really,
Huda is a big hypocrite. She is.
Absolutely.
KB says Huda's self-perception is misaligned with her actual behavior. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, 2 chicks in the office. Thank you.
Oh yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm starring everybody who was not on that ship, and just so I know, yes, we will talk about it because that ship pissed me off. But I hate it. I hate the entire thing. I hated the entire thing. But we will get there. So yes, at this point, that is it. We ended, I believe this was the end of the week of last Friday. And
then we went to After Sun. Then we went to After Sun.
And After Sun, I kind of surfacely watched. This is my problem with episode After Sun, especially episode 17, but a lot of the other episodes as well. There are no people. Okay, there are people of color. There are no Black people on that panel.
Absolutely.
And I see a lot of judgment. I see a lot of talking about what a Black woman should get and deserve. And I'm not saying that we would have a difference in some of our opinions, but I don't feel like judgment should be passed in absolution on people who do not have our perceived lived experiences.
I agree. And let me say this about After Sun, right? on episode 17. I just want to say 2 things. One is Paige has taught us, yes, beauty is pain, but know the environment you're in. Please, baby, why is you wearing suede? A long suede. I know you had your boobs out on the side, but you had that long suede outfit on and got heat exhaustion, and that's why you was missing from half of the challenge. Why would you wear that?
Is that what happened?
Yeah, because remember we saw her and then we didn't see her. And
I remember.
And she said she loved reading all the comments. It was a conspiracy. Peacock could only pay her for half the, all of this stuff. She was saying, but no, she said she got heat exhaustion. She was about to pass out. So she had to just sit down because she didn't want to go to the emergency room in Fiji. And she had to just like go in the back, sit down, get herself together, cool off. And, she was just done for the day. And I'm like, but she had on that suede outfit. I just didn't understand why she came out there with that suede on. Anyway, and the other thing was, why does Sally have to act so giggly and goofy and act like she's so into Charlie and make this whole like thing on After Sun about how she wants Charlie and he come out there and then Callum got to switch seats and then, all this stuff with her. And I'm like, I know y'all trying to, make a little funny bit, but she just takes it too far. It is just, where is the diversity on the panel? Because she's not it. Sally is not it. They need somebody else. And bringing Cassie yesterday, that's not it either. Where's somebody else? Where are the Black people? Why can't you just get somebody Black to be on there? I'm very confused.
I don't know. And I mean, to be honest, in episode 23, Cassie came on and she said all these things, and they told her she could say whatever she wanted on After Sun, and she said all these things, and they cut it out. So I do fear that
I was wondering because she won't advocating for nobody that I thought she should be. So she's saying they cut all her stuff out.
That's what she's saying. So even if I personally, I had somebody on the,
did she get some kind of filler?
I don't need. Oh no, she got her nose done.
Okay,
She got her
because
nose.
her cheeks looked. I didn't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
because her nose was done, so I think this entire part of her face is
Oh, it's
swollen.
swollen. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. She only got it done like a few months ago. Yeah,
Oh,
nose
okay,
job.
okay, okay.
Um,
Y'all be knowing
the
it. Ari and Tamika be knowing the tea, baby. I be just trying to catch up, honey. My tea is in so much stuff that but they know this lane. I'm in so much drama with the tea, all
yeah,
these other things, but they know this. Ari and you and Danita,
yeah.
y'all be knowing chat.
Ari says amazingly politically correct answer, Mika. I'm trying because I really want to curse them out, but I am fully aware that even if a black person sits on that panel, that they probably won't listen to them. Again, I was in somebody's TikTok and I had to be like, they're like, oh my God, Sally's saying exactly what we all are thinking. I said, Sally is a mouthpiece for the
Yeah,
producers.
she
She
sure
gets
is.
paid by the producers to say whatever edit that they have created. So again, you all might think that Taylor has not shown Alandria nothing, nothing at all. I'm sorry. I know y'all want to think that Alandria is delusional, but I will never believe that Alandria was delusional on what he was giving her, because the other Islanders are also shocked that he did not choose her. They were sitting there freaking out because they thought that he was going to freak out that she got dumped. You don't sit there unless you're a great actor and snow an entire villa. And I'm not talking just the girls. The guys were shocked that he didn't choose her at the end of episode 22. So that tells to
Except for
me
Ace. He wasn't shocked.
huh?
Ace wasn't shocked.
Ace was
He wasn't
shocked.
shocked. He was disappointed, but he wasn't shocked because he
He was
knew
shocked
in his mind.
before. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? He was shocked before when him and Taylor are having these conversations, because he said in ITM, he's like, he's surprised at how Taylor was moving.
Oh yeah,
with
I
her.
thought you were talking about at the recoupling. Yeah, no.
At the recoupling, everybody was shocked. But Ace, I agree with you. But I'm saying to you, even still, Ace was shocked at how he was moving before, because he's his confidant. Yeah. But I also think he did not tell Ace how he was feeling, because you know why? Ace is Team Alandria. Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Well, I think he told Ace some things, but Ace had kind of told him what it was going to be. So Ace was kind of surprised that he bucking back at him, because I done told you what it's going to be. You're going to get in line. Breakfast going to be the minimum, and you're going to woo this girl, and y'all going to be together because that's your best bet, and blah, blah, blah. And then I think he was kind of like, now you told me you had stepped your game up, and you realized when Jaylen came in here that that this might be for you. And now you over here talking about Clark. I think he was like, now wait a minute now. Okay. I want what's best for you, but
Exactly. And I think we're gonna find that the guys are going to be moving differently with Taylor going forward, and we're going to discuss it a little bit. But
I know Pepe is looking at him like, you. Even Austin was like, because Austin loved him so a lot. Like, wait a minute, you moving kind of funny.
Nick is, and funny. I know y'all think that Ace is the one running the show and running the votes, but it's Nick. Play with me not. It is Nick. Every time it's time to stand up and rally votes and make discussions, the most vocal is Nick. Then Ace. Ace is just louder.
Yeah. I don't think Nick is always more vocal than Ace. I just think in this particular instant, he was not having it. Like, he was just like, true. I'm not having it.
Jeremiah vote. Nick was the one, even before the vote, after this challenge, he's the one that during the challenge made sure that they put milk on Jeremiah. He's the one after the challenge who was like, I don't want to hear anything about Huda and Jeremiah. He's the one that was bringing up how much he was not happy with Jeremiah when Ace is like, look at that, look at Huda, look at how Huda is moving. He's like, no, like he's pointing at Jeremiah. But they think it was Ace who was sitting there trying to kick him out. Before this,
no, I think Jeremiah knows all the guys were plotting. No, in his interview, he did say he knew it was all the guys.
I'm talking about the viewer audience.
Nick. I think he said he was hurt by Nick because he was fooled into thinking that him and Nick were closer than what they were.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Jeremiah confirmed what I had believed, but the public still don't believe Jeremiah. That's what I'm telling you. They
The
believe it's
public is
Ace.
crazy.
And then the same thing happened with the Jaylen vote. The same thing happened. They're all blaming Ace, and I don't understand why. They blamed him for the other vote too, and I was for the America's vote keeping Taylor. And again, I don't. And then Charlie went home, and I'm like, the person who was most vocal after that vote was Nick. Nick.
And with Charlie going home, everybody got to stand up and say who they voted for. So why y'all even, that's stupid to even say that, because everybody got to vote individually. So that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're going to
18. We're on 18.
So we're going to go on 18, and at this point, Huda is really at this point, she's just like, okay, I'm going for Pepe. And I think that Pepe was turned off by it. I don't know, what did you think? Because at this point, TJ is just like,
he was.
Yeah.
Him and Hannah were talking about it in the bed. He felt like he was turned off because he knew how close her and Hannah was. So he was like, she moving real snakish, like, you know what I'm saying? And Hannah was hurt by it. So he was definitely turned off. And he seen how she was calling Jeremiah all them names. He don't want her.
Yeah, KB says Huda is scared. She believes her own lies, and the world around her it's hard to reason with someone like that. And that's why people were like, why won't the girls tell her? And it's like, tell her what? Because let's start with episode 1 or 2, when Alandria sat there and tried to be like, no, hold up. I got that you're being supportive, but let's not do this. Let's not do that. And y'all sat there and tried to start a smear campaign on Alandria about how much she was a bully. Let's start there.
Mm-hmm.
Shelly has tried to tell her, don't do that. Every girl at some point, Amaya, Hannah, every Iris has tried to tell Huda, slow your roll. She doesn't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. Mary says, to be fair to Huda, I don't think she was really interested in Pepe, but producers told her to try with someone, and Pepe was the least awful choice. I don't think so.
Not least awful.
Mary, I know you want to believe that, but I don't believe that. I believe she was like, see how he treats Hannah, and I want him. 3M Shaw says the Huda Pepe thing wouldn't be a big deal if she hadn't been so territorial around Jeremiah. Now you seem like the biggest hypocrite. You don't need to ask permission, but at least give a heads up. Period.
Thank you, 3M Shaw. Period. Thank you. She didn't even give her a heads up. That man over there blowing air kisses to Hannah while he fixing breakfast. She catching them in air, putting them on her lips and all that. And you go over there, can I have you for a check? Girl, you are terrible. She was just doing too much.
I agree. So we see here that Pepe is kind of turned off. Knowing her options are limited, she again tries to talk to TJ, and he's just like shuts her down. And he's like, no, I'm not into you. And his handler had said he was never going to go for Huda. So we knew that anyway. So yeah, I just feel like people don't understand that. I get Huda has the least amount of options, but she also showed her ass. And so the men are just kind of turned off by it. Absolutely. And then it's like, because relatively, if you have to go in this villa and go after somebody's man, I think that's routine. My thing has always been, since the Cinco and Cash and Trina thing, I didn't have a problem with Trina exploring with Cinco. You're supposedly friends with Cash. You give your friend a heads up. That's it. You don't have to ask for. Nobody's saying you have to even ask permission. I don't feel like in this situation, in this setting,
girl, today, I just want to let you know, I know that's your boo, but today I'm going to pull your boo for a chat because I'm kind of feeling him as you still putting your foundation on, okay? You ain't even got to make eye contact. Still look in the mirror, but say something. Just say something. Just say something. That's it.
That's it. That's it. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. Just say something.
Mm-hmm.
Say something. And so that is my issue here. It will always be my issue.
Right.
You give a heads up. Now, what happened in Casa to Alandria, I'm not sure how people thought she should be able to give a heads up. Was she supposed to send a letter by carrier pigeon?
Oh, no, she couldn't give Sierra a heads up. No, absolutely not. They were coupled up. She couldn't give her a heads up. That was a different situation.
Correct. So, and I think she would have given her a heads up.
She's going to tell her, just like she told Taylor. She's going to tell her. And they're going to move on from it because Sierra going to understand and it's going to be fine.
Yeah. So yes, so I saw a comment here that I wanted to spotlight. Oh, here, reality realness. So Chantel is here, and Chantel says, I blame Ace, and I think Nick and Taylor are following Ace's directions, and I don't agree.
Most of the time they are, but sometimes I do think Nick has his. Taylor never has his own opinion, except about Clark.
I think Taylor is possible, but not Nick.
But
Nick is running the show. Nick is running the show, and if y'all are not seeing that Nick is running the show, he's gonna win this game. And I don't feel like he should. I feel like he is the biggest game player in that villa.
Oh, he plays the game now.
All right, so we see that Iris and Jeremiah have a conversation, and they agree they're only friends. And I love this because I did see that they had a connection on their date, but I do feel like that hot take. I'm voting for Amaya. I am not, but that's cool.
I like Amaya Papaya, but I can't vote for who she with. Zach and them veneers, and he not really into her. I don't care what y'all say. I just think that man want to be on the show.
Boss Queen says, finally someone agrees with me with Nick. Absolutely. I see through him very clearly. 3M Shaw says, I don't agree, Chantel. We see Nick push back against Ace many times, and if he didn't agree, he'd make it known. Yep. And it's not, everybody's trying to make it seem like it's a one-off situation. Every single time he has been the most vocal, the most pushback. And it's the fact that Jeremiah even came out and said, no, like Nick is the one that I feel the most betrayed by. Absolutely. Not Ace. Ace has been very clear how he stood about the situation, and he only stood that way because he wanted Shelly, and he felt that me swerving that woman's kiss meant that he lost Shelly in that situation. And I said, fair, because that is the enemy fair. Mm-hmm. And KB says, very true. Nick has shown consistently that he stands on his own square, period.
Yeah. And Nick will smile in your face and be plotting on you. That's the worst kind. At least you can see Ace coming. You see Ace coming because he lets you know what it is. And that's me. I'm very black and white. But Nick will have you looking at them eyes, blue, green. I don't know what color they are. And he's smiling like, I just get nervous around you. Yeah. I'm just,
I feel like Austin and Nick are cut from the same cloth. Austin is a little more pronounced with how he's moving. Nick is a little more sly with how he's moving.
Oh, I hope they're not politically cut from the same cloth.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah.
Really?
He's from Florida. He's a registered Republican.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's Republicans and then it's that man's supporters, because some Republicans don't, some don't.
They're both from Florida.
Can we both agree? I swear, it's like a whole nother country in Florida. I feel.
That's what I'm trying to say to you.
I wish they could be chopped off.
Just lop it off. We've been saying this for years. Just lop it off. It can go. Put it out into the ocean. Put it out to the ocean. Yeah. So we do see that they move on as friends, and I love that. because
Me too.
I did see that. Iris really wants to get to know um,
TJ.
TJ, and Jeremiah wants to get to know Andrina. Ari agrees with you. She's like, his mom said he didn't vote for T, but who knows? His mom is also pushing this Alandria bullshit, and it's pissing me off, and it's literally giving um uh, it's giving she knows black women win this show. Yeah. So I would say Amaya is finally coupled up with somebody, and she feels like it's somebody she likes. And we find out though that Austin is overwhelmed, and I'm like, for what? You said you wanted somebody who was all about you, right? Remember that? Shelly wasn't all about you. She was too into Ace still. You get somebody who's all about you, and all of a sudden you're not feeling it. He's playing the game.
Yeah, he's playing the game. He don't want no.
Point,
he don't want no ethnic woman, really though.
He want a white woman. And I've been saying
that.
He
about that new girl. He happy about that new girl. That's what he want. That's what he want.
Yep. And I've been saying that is what where the type of time that Austin was on. But everybody, no, he really likes Shelly. She just won't let go of Ace. No, it's not his fault. This poor person. How could you? Y'all don't see he's the victim. I'm like, he's not the victim. The edit is making him the victim. Here we go. We do see Nick asserts that he is the main man in Sierra's life because every time TJ makes her tea, he takes the tea and dumps it out, but then tells her he's getting to know Andrina whether she likes it or not. And I'm like, how rude. How rude. How rude. Like, how can you sit there and talk about you're getting to know another woman, but every time a man shows Sierra some sort of intention, you are pushing him out the way.
You won't even let the man tea stay on the daggone tea or coffee stay on the doggone, vanity or whatever. And you got to make this big deal. But you want to talk to everybody. Only lasted 25 seconds. And you don't want to be closed off.
And I was saying that I would understand this more if he was saying, no, I want to be closed off with you. TJ and Andrina mean nothing. Then you could be territorial. But you still like, no, you don't get to know this man. I'm going to get to know her. Basically, it's like an F you to her face.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Sorry, KB says, sorry. Not gonna lie, I did laugh at him tossing the tea. I mean,
I laughed too. It was funny.
I'm just saying it was rude.
It was funny but disturbing.
It was rude. And I'm not talking about rude to TJ because I don't give a damn about TJ. It was rude to his girl. And then Ari said, not 25 seconds. That was crazy. That's crazy. Rachel Marie is here. Rachel says, hey, ladies. KB says it was petty and peak selfishness on this part. It was
absolutely.
Palvier girl says, wait, are you guys saying a white woman told her kid, Nick, if you're in trouble, find a black woman in Alandria? I'm telling you that her boy said, I'm probably going to find the baddest black woman in there and go after her to win this game if I have to. Because I think he's a game player. And she's like, oh, cool. I'll advocate for you. It was giving Caleb. It was giving Caleb where he's inside going after this girl and his mama's on the outside. Like, oh, yes, that's who he wants to be with. He really likes her. I can tell. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Speaking of TJ, 3M Shaw says, he always brought Maya T even before Huda. So I wonder if they were exploring and got cut. Probably they keep cutting Amaya's connections because I believe she had a connection with Jaylen. Jaylen confirmed it on a few of his interviews. And, everybody kept saying, no, you don't know what you're talking about. He's into Alandria. I'm like, no, every time I look in the background, he's talking to Amaya. Every time. And he was. So, yes. Ari says I would have taken that to my grave.
Hello?
That's what tells you that the man has no shame, though, right? Like,
None. He probably thought she was gonna tell the girls, so he wanted to tell his side for her.
No shame. No
I
shame.
wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready. Best
No
25 seconds of my life. Oh my god, it was terrible.
It was terrible. I mean, fairly, it was also accurate. So, I mean,
right.
Yeah. So we then have him basically saying to her, she's expressing how much she wants them to just move forward, just them, and she's starting to feel like her feelings are stronger than his, and he's like, no, we're fine. I just still want to explore, but I feel like we're close to being closed off, and he's just not ready to do that.
Yeah, he definitely didn't want to do it before Casa Amor because he didn't know about this twist and he didn't want to be closed off. He playing the game. None of them men wanted to be closed off before Casa Amor. They knew what they were doing.
But to be fair, I'm going to say none of the ladies want to be closed off fully unless the men were. Because we did hear Sierra say
wanted to be closed off, but she was just respect. I mean, you can't be closed off with somebody that don't want to be closed off with you. She was hurt by that.
But yeah, she was definitely hurt by that. But I'm saying that I feel like Shelly, Alandria, a lot of those women.
They wanted to. Yeah, they wanted to wait too. Yeah.
Yeah. So America had voted, and they get a text saying that America's been voting for favorite girl and favorite boy. Bombshells were excluded. And so the islanders with the fewest votes will be in jeopardy of being dumped from the island. And America's favorite girls were Alandria, Sierra, and Shelly, and Huda. And America's favorite boy was Taylor, Nick, and Ace, because we know that there were more girls than boys. This makes Hannah, Iris, and Amaya vulnerable, and they make Jeremiah, Austin, and Pepe vulnerable. And they have to choose one person from each group to leave the villa. The girls decide to dump Hannah, and I understood this vote. To me, it was always going to be between Hannah and Iris in the situation since Huda was not there.
And they were gonna keep Amaya. Amaya was that girl. They was gonna keep her. It's just plain and simple, just like it was with that whole thing with Liv and all them. Janae was never in the picture. While y'all arguing and fussing, Janae wasn't in the picture. And just like I try to tell people they kept saying Amaya wasn't in the picture, Ace and everybody else. Amaya wasn't even in the conversation. It was between Hannah and Iris. Hannah and
she was Iris. In the conversation. She was. Sorry. And I don't care because she shouldn't have been.
Right.
But they do ultimately choose Hannah because Hannah had explored two connections that obviously America found lacking. And I was like, why y'all crying? If y'all wanted Hannah still in the villa, why didn't you vote for Hannah? Why did you vote for Huda? Why did you not vote for Hannah?
Thank you. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And there you go.
And then the boys choose to dump Jeremiah because his failure to continue to not explore different connections. Now, I know people are mad about this, but I definitely kind of understood where they were going with it because, again, their thing is you have to try to explore different connections so that people who are still open have that ability. The problem is also, I feel like America, by not voting also for Jeremiah and Huda, they made it so clear to the guys that Huda's theory that America had a problem with Jeremiah and not Huda was where we lied. And that is not the truth. We had a problem with Huda and not Jeremiah. But we
Right.
had a
And
problem
if we
with
didn't have more girls, she probably would have been the bottom two. But because we had more girls, yeah. And then also with, I think they also felt like Iris, and I also thought it was not even. I think they were trying to give Hannah an explanation because it really was. But I think in the back of their minds, they also thought Iris hasn't had a damn chance. When she got here, she was in the middle of this BS, and she really hasn't had a chance. And she likes TJ. TJ's new. Let her get to know him. Like, let her get a chance. You know, Hannah has had chances. So I think that was their thing. They didn't want to tell Hannah that, but I really feel like that was in the back of their mind too. Like,
it was in the back of her mind. And Mary says, because I trusted that the 4 girls to do the right thing and save Hannah and dump Iris. Huda, who was after Hannah's man.
She was not going to dump Iris because she felt bad. And she knew Iris had saved her. And she said, this is my way to tell Iris. Because she remember she had to humble herself. Thank Iris for standing behind her after she done talked about that girl like a dog. Remember, she had to humble herself and thank her. And I think when they were talking, she said, you know what? I'm going to pay Iris back. No, we can't get rid of Iris. She deserves to stay.
Yes. And then also what we find out in Hannah's interviews, Hannah wasn't close to the girls. She said that she would wake up and she would get headaches. So she would get up, put on a little bit of makeup, go downstairs, start making her breakfast and her coffee. And we saw that a few times when a few people would go down. Hannah was already down there. And what her mistake was, she would go be the first one because she didn't have that much makeup on, take off all her makeup, go in the bed, and she's talking to the guys. And then she would go and in the morning, and she would sit down with the guys while they're making breakfast and talk to them. And so she built a relationship with the men, not with the people who were the ones who were going to save her. In this situation, it is the women.
Yep.
It's basically the Andrea vote all over again. It is Friendship Island. She should have took her ass down to that kitchen, made her coffee, go upstairs, tell Pepe, when you have a minute, please bring me breakfast if you can, and sat upstairs and drank her coffee with the girls.
Exactly. They got that little bench right there. She could have put a cold towel over, because I get migraines sometimes, over, and just laid down there in with the girls, and just laid in the little dressing room and still been talking and been up there with them. That's what her mistake was. I didn't know she was doing that at night. Like, hurry up, taking her makeup off and going in there and kicking it with them. I didn't know that. You could stay in there even if you don't have that much, have girl talk. So you didn't have that bond. I didn't know that. I didn't listen to all her interviews. I just saw clips.
Yep.
So
that was her fatal flaw. That was her fatal flaw. Oh, 3M Shaw said, Hannah is who I would have chosen out of 3. Wish it was Huda, but what can we do? I figured that Hannah wasn't that close to the girls. We rarely saw her with them. She was close to Huda, but like I said, at that point, Huda had switched allegiances because she wanted her man.
She wanted Pepe. And she felt like she owed Iris one, so you were just a casualty.
Mary says, then Huda was playing Love Island correctly. This is why I hate the girls saving girls. And I'm sorry, but it is ultimately Friendship Island.
No, she was not playing it correctly, because she was not hanging out with the guys because she liked them. She was hanging out with the guys, not to hang out with the girls. I'm not saying she was hanging with her man. I could see if you were saying she was playing it correctly because she was always with Pepe.
In bed with Pepe, yes.
No, Mika is saying she was hanging with the guys. Okay, correct. No, you don't do that. No, who told you to do that? No.
KB agrees. KB says Hannah should have made more of an effort to strengthen those friendships with both the men and the women, and they need those relationships as strategy, because ultimately this is a game.
That's what Nick does. Nick
correct. Which is why people are like, oh, that favorite boy and favorite girl vote. If Taylor was in the bottom, he would have went home. Why? If girls were voting, they would have saved Taylor. If boys were voting, they would have saved Taylor.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Jaylen vote. If it was Jaylen that Alandria had chosen and Taylor was in the bottom against Huda, Huda would have went home.
Yes, they would have saved Taylor.
They would have saved Taylor because he's close to what? the boys and the girls.
And the girls.
Now, after tonight, I can't promise you that.
Yeah, after,
Yeah, so I said, Susu says, therefore, if she wasn't even close with the girls, she shouldn't have been pissed at them.
Thank you. I did not know that she up in there. I don't know how I can talk to the people that voted me out. I was like, oh, okay.
Now, on the other spectrum, people are mad because they felt like the boys should have known for them to dump Austin. And I am like, how? They were closest to Austin and Pepe more than they were close to Jeremiah. And part of that is Jeremiah's fault because Jeremiah sat there under Huda's ass for weeks, and only started building a relationship with the guys and the other girls once him and Huda became so toxic they could not stand. So that is Jeremiah's fault. And they saw him falling into old patterns. Now, understand this.
Austin is not competition to them. Also, Austin is not competition to them. So if they keep Austin around, they consider that to be like an ant with amongst creatures.
But again, the only man who was expressing interest in the person that Jeremiah was pursuing was who?
Nick.
At the end of the day, they were never going to save Jeremiah because they thought, one, Huda was right. He did something that America didn't like. Look, they saved Huda. Two, Jeremiah is falling back into old patterns because he is pursuing one person. He's getting to know only one person, Andrina. He's going to focus just on her and nobody else is going to get to know him. And they're not wrong. To be
other
fair,
people doing that too, though. Other people are focusing on one person too.
Who?
Taylor.
In this villa.
Taylor is only focusing on Alandria. At this point, he's only focusing on Alandria.
But he had
and that's when the vote is happening.
No, but he had put himself out there prior to this.
For who?
Apparently, according to Bella, Beldasha, Sierra, and I know you guys feel like, oh, those don't count because they weren't into him. So Huda put herself out there. TJ wasn't into her. Pepe she had put herself out too. He wasn't into her. It's not the point if it's reciprocated. To them, it's the point if it was done, if the action was done.
Okay, I did hear her say day one, but she also said day one Nick expressed interest. She said that
he had changed her story about 4 times. Yeah,
interest in her, and Nick expressed interest in Alandria.
And they were going to swap. Meanwhile, we saw on the date, Alandria said she did not know Nick had any interest in her. So who's the liar?
She said he expressed it to her, I guess. I thought she said this was a conversation that her and Nick had.
But that they were going to swap. She said that they were going to swap. How are you swapping without Alandria being involved in the vote?
And Taylor, I don't know I don't know, because does either one of them know? I don't know.
Beldasha has changed her. First it was, oh, I didn't go after Taylor because I was such a girl's girl, and Alandria was so close, but I was closest to Huda the most. But now it's she's a confidant to Alandria, and Alandria tells her everything, and she was going to pursue Nick, and Nick was going to pursue her, and then they didn't have time. That all says to me that was a day one conversation, because we did see Nick kissed Alandria blindfolded, but did Alandria kiss Nick? No. Yes. Let they cut it out.
Well, that she kissed Ace and him, right?
She kissed Ace.
Okay. And he kissed her.
And he
was
kissed
it 2 people or just one? It was just one person?
They could have kissed 2 people, and she kissed one. She only kissed Ace. So unless she kissed Nick and it got cut out, she's only admitted to ever kissing kissing Ace in that one.
Okay.
So for them, it felt like Jeremiah was falling into old patterns and that America didn't like it, and hence why he was at the bottom. Again, I say, if you want someone to stay, you vote for them. You cannot be mad at the Islanders for doing what the show gives them a choice to do. Whether they said the
and
boys,
I'm really sick of the show giving them. I'm really sick of the show giving them power. I
but
just
they're
want it
going
to
to.
be our vote, and that's
No,
it. Like I'm
they
sick of
have
that too.
never left it at our vote, except for at the end. Final four. They have never left it on our vote, except for Final Four. Susu agrees with me in that Jeremiah would be all right. Oh, my other point was I get it because Jeremiah and I are both Tauruses. And sometimes we do get tunnel vision. But also that fucks us up because, like, I've told people I can't date multiple people at once. It would make me crazy. I got to focus. So, I probably wouldn't do well on a show like this because I would want to focus on you and I want you to focus on
me. Right.
What did we say? I want you to chalant about me.
Chalant about
because I'm a chalant about you.
Mm-hmm.
Period. So I get Jeremiah. I do. I'm not faulting him in total, but I also can understand where the guys were coming from this. And I know
absolutely.
people are like, it's not, they're playing too much of a game. And I'm like, but it is a game, guys. It is a game.
When it comes to that, it's a game. It's a strategy game. And you gotta strategize.
And 3M Show says it does suck that the boys assumed Jeremiah cut off Iris for Adriana and was fully falling back into old parents, but it was a mutual thing, and Iris actually brought it up first. I agree. It does suck. It does suck because I like their connection. I think that Andrina and Jeremiah were supposed to go into Casa together and then see if they could find their way back to each other. I think they sent Andrina to him early so that he could find her, and he was supposed to stay on the show for her. And I'm sad that connection got cut off. But the game is the game.
Yeah.
If you wanted him to stay,
you followed her when he got out. So when she get out, they can be back together. Okay, y'all.
Hey, Danita. Danita's here. She's super late, but she is here. And KB agrees. Like, I hate that the vote reinforced this delusional perception, and that's what I hated. I hated
but
that
the public is also aiding her delusion because they should not vote for her. When I heard all these people talking about I'm voting for her, I was like, are y'all crazy? 2 days ago, y'all understood that she needed to get out, and now y'all gonna vote for her. So I was just done with that. I was done with
it, and I was done with them blaming Nick, Ace, and Taylor. When if you wanted to, you could have replaced any one of them with Jeremiah. All of a sudden, Jeremiah's your favorite person, your favorite character, your favorite Islander. When? KB agrees. I like the connection with Andrea and Jeremiah, but yes, the game is the game. Shit happens. A game of choices and counter choices. Rachel says the guys playing strategy is the reason the season is mid-tier. Is a mid-tier season. No, the producers playing strategy and Big Brother is why this. You guys think it is the Islanders who are playing Big Brother on Love Island. The Islanders are playing Love Island because this has always been the choices. These have always been the choices on Love Island. The producers are playing Big Brother.
Really? They're making up stuff as they go, which is nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, they're making up stuff.
This Casa twist.
That's why she comes on and says there are going to be a lot of twists and turns because she's not trying to say what, because I think they're making up stuff as they go. I'm telling you.
Exactly. They did not look at the end.
Why would they have a hotel for them to stay at? They made that up. I'm telling you, I feel like they made that whole thing up.
Or put them in the hideaway.
They did say everybody was returning. With their terminology, I will give them that. They did say everyone was returning to the villa. But I'm just like, if you really were trying to see if they could connect, why would you not have them separate and see if they could form something instead of dumping them back in the villa where she's right back around Taylor? It just was crazy.
We're going to talk about that because that I feel like was one of the grossest things they've ever done to a person. They played, and I know everybody's like, oh, no, it's Taylor. He played with Alandria. No, this was the producers. The villain here is the producers. Taylor was doing what he was supposed to do. Taylor was doing Casa. He was supposed to do Casa. He was single and he was coupled up with a person. They specifically did that on purpose. And then they sent her in there to watch. And I know everybody was like, oh, he should have cut off his connection with Clark and just focused on Alandria. Fuck that. That is unfair.
No, I don't think that. I just think he should have been transparent and honest, and he was not. And I don't like the microaggression things that he says. Like when people do little jokes, they try to act like it's funny, but it's really not. About the handshake. Oh, maybe you're not liked. Oh, I got you. And then you're telling her you're telling other people it's 50-50. Just like Nick was telling people it's 50-50. It wasn't 50-50. He knew it wasn't 50-50. He knew he liked Clark more than he liked her. And he wasn't being transparent.
Or what if he was conflicted? Is there no room to think that it's possible?
He was conflicted, but it wasn't 50-50. It wasn't 50-50. And I think
okay, we'll get there because we would spend another half an hour, and I need to get through 2 more episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah. Halliver says, I'm just glad both Jaylen and Jeremiah are getting love outside by the public. They were done dirty. They were done dirty by the public and the producers. Too. But good luck to them. Mary says, I mean, you're never going to make me like Mean Girls. There's only one Mean Girl that I could point out.
Her name is Girls, Mary. You should not like the Mean Girls. We're not going to like the Mean Girls.
But the rest of them, I don't feel like we're Mean Girls. So 3M says that they should have only done a top 3 for both and a bottom 4 for the girls and a bottom 3 for the boys. And I really think in production had Jeremiah read that Huda was safe, reinforcing it all even more. I believe if we had done that, I think they never thought the reason why they gave it to the boys is that they knew that the boys would not send Austin home because that's who I think they were protecting at this point. They're like, oh, we can chance it. That they would keep Jeremiah, not realizing that Jeremiah had done something that triggered the boys' red flag again. And then they were mad because they tweeted, oh, we're just as upset as you. They thought they were going to send home Pepe. And then
okay, had a top 3, 4, and top 1. I agree. And I think if that happened, I think that they probably would have voted Huda out and not Hannah. I think that Hannah would have been spared if they would have done it that way. I think they would have voted Huda out and not Hannah. I mean, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm thinking that's what would have happened. Let me see the messages that I can see. Which is with all the cameras, the producers knew it was made for more compelling TV to let the boys send Jeremiah home. I know that they are all about the drama. They want the outrage, the drama. Everyone is watching Love Island. Everyone is threading, tweeting, Instagramming, TikToking about it. So they definitely want as much drama, as much like shocking send-offs, vote-offs, and all of that stuff for to make more compelling TV. So I agree with you. Can we talk about Huda's goodbye message to Jeremiah? I mean, Huda, let it go. She is still, even in when he was about to leave, she want to talk to him and she want to tell him, we love you. She's still using the L word, we love you. And who is we? How are you speaking for everybody? Ma'am, only concentrate on you. And she just wanted to let him know she's sorry how everything worked out. And so she is absolutely still trying to leave a crack open for Jeremiah. Just a crack, like, oh, we'll miss you, we love you, all of that good stuff. She just will not let it go. So they were talking about Huda's goodbye message.
Sorry about that. My son came home. Yeah. So the thing with the girls, I think once they saw Huda was in the top, they thought that they would save Hannah and maybe Iris or Amaya. I don't think that they thought they would send Hannah home, because I think they thought that they built a better rapport with Hannah, not realizing what we realized is that she was more in line with the boys. And we saw in the next episode the boys were upset because they sent Hannah home, because that's who they got to know. So, but yes. So at this point, I'm like, I don't know why all of a sudden we're all outraged. You should have voted for Jeremiah. If you hated him so much and you thought that he was going to be the person that was, Ace was going to be this person, you should have saved Jeremiah. Sorry. Production needed to be transparent about the rankings for Jeremiah dumping. Everybody saying he was not at the bottom, miscalculated, and mega backlash. Oh no, I had already. I think, was it on here? I don't know. I might not have said it on here, but I said it somewhere. I already told everybody who. I think you could ask Danita and you can ask Ari. I already said who the bottom was, and we sat there and we're going back and forth on who they were dumping. And it was either Jeremiah or Austin, and I was hoping it was Austin, but I knew who was going to be at the bottom, and I knew how this vote was going to go. Sharnice says, I believe the producers were low-key mad. They were mad. They said it. And Ariana liked to comment about last-minute changes to Casa based on the island's gameplay. Yeah, they were mad. They sent a tweet that said, we're just as upset as you guys. Meanwhile, they did it. They're making us the villains, and they're making the Islanders the villains, and they're not taking any responsibility in how they landed all of this, guys. It's our fault and the Islanders' fault.
It's the Islanders' fault. It's not our fault.
That's what they're trying to say. That is what they're trying to say. So, yeah. I'm just like, production is the villains here, guys. KB points out something as well. Outrage equals engagement, which equals views, and corporate advertising and sponsored dollars. Snooze fest do not bring in views. Right. So if y'all are sitting there talking about, we don't love this season will never be as great as season 6. We're just watching to see what happens. You're hate watching. You're watching. But you're tweeting and you're interacting and you're talking about how much you hate the people. And so they're just going to make you hate them even more. They're editing it down for you to hate every single one of the Islanders that you keep talking about that you hate. Nick, Taylor, Ace, you hate them. You hate them. You hate them. Austin gets nothing. He just slides right by. And you guys just fall into the trap every time. And every time I say that you guys are short-sighted and that I can't even get into it because you guys are being short-sighted on how this game ends up, and that I have been yelling for the last 2 weeks that there will be not one Black Islander in the finals again, because we had it happen season 3 and we had it happen fully Black happen season 5. And you guys think that I am just being alarmist. And I am telling you right now, Ace and Shelly are polling low as hell. You already saw. Chantel says she's not voting for them. She can't stand Ace, so she's voting for Amaya. Because people think that Ace did something to Amaya and he didn't do anything. And even if he did do something, he seems to have reconciled with her. He was making her breakfast. She got happy during the door recoupling when him and Shelly found their way back to each other. These people's memories are not as long as y'all's.
Yeah, because they live with each other and they love each other as a family and they forgive each other and move on. That's what people do. That's what people forget. Like, we're just on the outside. We're not interacting every day. They've forgiven each other and moved on. They got to live together and they get past things and they have conversations that are cut. And if you want to be mad at the way that Ace and her interacted, Austin did the same thing to her. If you want to say that Ace did something to her, then obviously Austin did the same thing. And her and Austin didn't even have a conversation about it. At least Ace was very transparent about his boundaries. Like, that babe, I don't want you doing that. And all of this and that. Austin is telling her, oh, nothing's wrong. Meanwhile, he over here telling them, oh, 2 days. She doing this in 2 days. Like, she all over me and all of this and babe and all of this. You know what I mean? So Austin is doing stuff too. So if you feel like Ace did something to her, Austin did something to her. But if she is happy with Zach and she has moved on, then we need to move on off of it too and not hold it against either one of them.
Austin still being here and Yulissa out day one, and only because she was very explicit with what she did, is taking me out every day. I say the same thing. Every day it pisses me off.
But they won't give us a chance to get Austin out. They keep leaving it to them, and they don't have a problem with Austin, and they don't know about what Austin said.
Yep, because they're protecting him. Shelly's going to be so hurt to find out the stuff he said about Haitian people, and I truly believe that. And he will explain it or whatever, but it really pisses me off that she was coupled up with him for so long. Mary says, I agree. Austin still needs to go and should have gone over Jeremiah. I agree. Palmer Girl says, not short-sighted. I'm telling you. KB says those tweets are part of a marketing plan. Don't be fooled. It's a big picture to ensure the eyes are on the show and taps on the screen every day. And that's why, listen, guys, I know you're like, oh, but Tamika, you were Taylor. No, I'm an Alandria stan. And she was in a couple with Taylor. So what am I going to do? Ride for the couple. Because this, at the end of the day, is what? A couple game. A couple game. You have to win in a couple.
Right.
If she has no fallback, she is out. Period. What's it about Taylor? It's all about Alandria. That's it. Taylor's also an Islander, and he deserves to have his journey. I will never fault an Islander for a journey. That is what I've always said. Every Islander deserves to have autonomy in this game and have their own journey, however it lands. We could love it or hate it, but that is the game. It's a game. I'm not on no ship. But I'm telling you, being short-sighted is going to make it so we saw what happened in season 3. They thought that they could play around with season 3. They played around. Cash and Cinco leave. They ruined their show. Played around with season 5. Played around. Keenan and KK left the show. And that's what we got Marco and Hannah as winners. And I know some people in here are happy about that. I was not. I voted for Cassie and Leo. Because why were they still in the game when Leo?
Marco, it's something about Marco I don't really care for. And he watches the show and tries to do his videos. It's just something about that I just don't know what Hannah's.
Period, Ari. Alandria stands until the wheels fall off for this season.
Absolutely. I want her to be treated right.
Ari says at this point, a double dumping Austin and Taylor, in my opinion. But TJ's still there, Pepe's still there, Brian's still okay, we're good.
But I can deal with Brian, with Audrina. I want her to have somebody.
Brian, who is Puerto Rican by way of being black.
Brian? You're not talking about JD, are you?
No, I'm talking about Brian. It's Brian.
Oh, well, Brian is with Audrina, whatever. And I want her to have somebody, so I don't mind him being there. He's unproblematic to me. He ain't done nothing I found a problem with.
All right, so let's get into these Casa episodes while we can. So thus begins the absolute worst Casa Amor I've ever experienced. I did not like this twist. This twist took out the autonomy out of the game. And okay, so it was JD?
Yes, it's JD. Yeah, not Brian. That's why I was telling you it's JD.
All right. Well, either way, I mean, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't feel nothing for Andrina and Brian, but I also think it's because I felt more for her and Jeremiah, so maybe that's it.
Oh yeah, that's her person. But I'm just saying he don't need to leave. He's just not up for discussion to leave. We got more people to get out before him. I'm saying.
So Casa Amor was always built to be a test of the relationships in the main villa. Right. But this season, because the way things landed up, producers had messed with so many people's relationships that there were no strong couples going in there. And I know you're going to be like, oh, but Tamika, Sierra, and Nick were strong.
Nobody
No,
was closed off though. It's
no
supposed to
one
test
was closed
people,
off.
and nobody was closed off, so won't nothing to test. It wasn't like somebody could say you cheated on me because we were closed off. Nobody was closed off.
No. So what they did was, because there were so many singles, they just decided, oh, we're going to throw out Casa and make it something else. So I did like the way that they sent the girls to Casa. We had found out in the After Sun episode that they were sending the girls to Casa. There were going to be some twists and turns. She said, by this time we knew that they were already in Casa. So she was coming from a place of how she was going to do it.
Right.
Susu feels like people usually are closed off after Casa. Usually, but there usually is like one or two closed off. They usually become girlfriend and boyfriend after Casa. Yeah. But there are, absolute right, a lot of couples that are closed off. Going into last season, we saw Serena and Cordell not closed off, went into Casa. Janae and Kenny, Leah and Miguel had just gotten together, went into Casa. Fair. But again, Casa was it's supposed to be a test for all of those, because you're supposed to see if you can make it out of Casa. Because even the same thing happened season 7 of UK. Kaz and Tyler had just gotten together. He went into Casa, brought somebody back, and she was upset because she, in her head, she really liked him. Mm-hmm. And so knowing that he was bringing somebody back, even for those 2 days they were together prior to Casa, she was upset. Mary says that KK and Keenan, Selly and Johnny seem very closed off before Casa. Absolutely.
They seemed like it, but they weren't, right? And
they weren't. They were both very closed off, in quotes. Same thing with Aaron and Kayla. Yeah. And then they did nothing. Same thing with Leo and Cassie, I feel like. Because Leo, once he switched from Anna to Cassie, he was, remember, he was boyfriend of the year. So much so that when he did the worst of anybody in Casa 2 days, everybody was so shocked that Leo was the one. And that the men had to sit there and tell Leo, if you don't bring that girl back, you're screwed. And he had to bring Johnny back. KB says there's typically at least 1 to 2 couples who are solid couples heading into Casa, but none were generally closed off. Right. This time, because they had interrupted so many connections, everybody was going through roller coasters. They were not building the season on what we asked them to build on based on what we saw last season, which was romance and potential for love. They were building this on the drama. Palaver Girl says, I like the Casa twist. It threw A-sets for a loop. How? They're all still there and in strong couples. So, how? How?
It threw Taylor off, I guess, if that's what because he's an ace-let, if you're talking about him.
And I don't think it threw Taylor off. It literally, he did what we gave him the option to do, because we chose him as favorite boy. So he thought, oh, America likes me, so I'm going to move as if America likes me. And as I think it was KB and Ari said, he didn't realize we voted him only because of Alandria. But it opened him up to moving in the manner that he would want to move if he wasn't playing a game, because he thought he was liked. Again, he got votes over Jeremiah and Austin. Jeremiah's gone. Austin is still in the villa. Pepe is new. Oh, and Pepe. Pepe is new. He's still in the villa. Everybody else that would be in there, TJ, is new. So Taylor's thinking, oh, I'm I can do whatever I want to. America will still rock with me. And
And
as
I like
Ari,
that. And I like that thinking
I
because
like
I
that.
like for people to do what they want
Show
to do so I
themselves.
can see what they rather do. I let
People
people
were
do what they
so
want to do
mad.
so I can see what they rather do and then I can move accordingly. Because now
People
I
were
know it's
so
not your
mad
representative
we voted for
anymore.
Taylor. People were
I got
so
you.
mad that we voted for Taylor. And I said, it's strategy. Again, guys, I don't do things. I am a Taurus. I'm an accountant. Everything I do is strategic. I don't build off of emotion. Because when I build off emotion, and as the Taurus, when we build off emotion, it's not pretty. We go buck wild.
Yeah, because I have a temper. That bull comes out, nostrils flare, and the temper comes out. Yes, absolutely. But
Yes.
I don't like to see her in pain, but I wanted this to come to the light because, and everybody else should be okay with it coming to light. If you all felt like he didn't like her, like you thought that he should like her, then
Why are
it's
you
good
mad?
that it comes,
You
then
were
it's
right,
good that
right?
it
You
comes
were right.
out.
You were right. Why are you
You're right.
mad? Why are you
And it's
upset?
good that it
Why
comes
are you
out. So
mad
now
when
you can
everything
see.
that you
And
always
now
was
she
supposed
can
to
see.
happen according to y'all happened? Why are you mad at us for voting Taylor favorite boy?
And
Because
now she
now
can
he
see it.
moved
And
his
now
true
she
his
can
true
move
feelings.
accordingly. And she can stop saying my man. So you know what I mean? Because some people have to see it. So now she sees it and she's not gonna say my man no more. She's not gonna say it.
Ari says, "Well, breaking news to him. He's at the very bottom now, and he sure
Right.
is.
Yes. What
He
I didn't
sure
like, I will have to get to it, but what pissed me off is not how he moved, but how he tried to get her sent home. That's what took me
that
to
he
another.
wasn't trying to." All right, I don't agree that he was trying to get her serotonin. And I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with that.
I do. He thinks that she's taking shots at him.
That's not what happened.
I know she didn't take a shot at him, but he said that.
And I'm going to say what he really meant.
What you think he meant?
What he really meant. I think it's very telling how that vote went. And I know people are mad at Ace as well, but Ace was right. Ace, anyway, we'll get to it. But Ace was making sure that they weren't trying to choose Vanna. That the options were between Coco and Alandria.
Yeah, I don't think anybody even said Vanna's name.
That we know of.
Yeah.
Because Clark could have said it. Because I think she was closer to Clark.
She wasn't saying nothing. Come back to me.
And Boss Queen agrees with me. Yeah, he didn't try to get Alandria voted off. And KB says the editing is weird here. They definitely cut off down the recoupling. More was said and went through. And I'm going to explain to you why I think that he was saying certain things that make more sense to me, why the vote went the way the vote went and why certain people said what they said. But first we have to get through the first two couple Casa Amor things. So they decided that you are all single. Ariana
Right.
comes and ushers the boys onto hearts, and there's supposed to be a kissing contest. But she holds up silent cards and tells the girls go off to Casa. It was cute. I would have rather
Yeah, I
Meg
like
the
that part.
Stallion. I would have rather Meg the Stallion take them, but this was cute
Oh,
because
that
then
would have been
yes,
nice.
I'm gonna say I think it would have been better. The girls run out of Casa. Um, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls walk in. And it's Grayson. She's a 25-year-old Southern Belle for a energy drink company. I found out also she used to be a beauty queen. Clark, who's 24, peer mentor, former cheerleader who's interested in a few boys. Vanna, a social media and brand ambassador from Salt Lake City, Utah. Coco, a professional hair and makeup artist from Los Angeles. Jaylen, 25, a corporate investigator living in Seattle who is already running background checks on all the boys. The bombshells waste no time. They all kiss the boys. The boys have no idea that it's not the girls at first. Then they seem to get wise as they get. TJ was getting harsher and harsher with all his kissing things. It was weird. And
Mhm.
I know Danita had a theory that he thought that he was kissing the OG girls, but was waiting for
Yeah,
Iris to come
yeah,
to keep
he did
her.
think
But
that.
then
They
he
all
realized,
thought that they were
yeah.
kissing. Yeah.
So
But still,
while
he didn't
Pepe,
have to be nasty. He was
it
still
was
being
so
nasty.
nasty. I don't like TJ, but whatever. Pepe gave 10s across the boards, and then when they removed the blindfolds, they see it is not their girls. Their girls went off to Casa Amor, and they are now single and have to recouple with the new bombshells.
Mhm.
And so, based on the kissing game, Grayson couples up with Pepe because they gave the Casa people choice. According to Ariana, they gave um they gave the Casa girls choice so that they wouldn't be treated like villains.
Yeah.
They made the boys and girls couple up with the Casa people so that they would not be treated like villains. And I am going to say this: the point of Casa is to explore all potential connections in the environment, not you get to pick the person you want to pick as a Casa person and they can only pursue you.
If she thinks that now that we have moved on, that Clark is not going to be a villain to those girls in their eyes, if she thinks that they're not going to be a villain, anybody that gets brought back over, if your person that you were with picks them over you, they're still going to be the villain, whether you got them coupled up or not. In the other girl's eyes, is that's the villain. That's the villain. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Danita points out Casa people have way too much power. I agree. Boss Queen also says I hated that Casa got so much power. It ruined the game and the show.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And not because I
And they
feel like
knew it. That's why they kept scrambling and doing stuff. And it just,
we didn't get, and Casa's supposed to be oh, okay, we get to see the guys move in a manner that they normally wouldn't, maybe more closer to what they would move like on the outside. And it made Casa irrelevant. Because you
you know
literally,
why they did it, right? Because they knew Ace wasn't going to couple up with nobody. This is what they thought. They said to themselves, Ace is not going to couple up with anybody.
Mhm.
And Nick and they thought to themselves, Nick and Taylor might not either because they might feel like, in their eyes, they might feel like they'll follow that behind Ace. And so we won't have any solid couples. We won't have a whole bunch of people coming back because they feel like Ace is maybe strategizing. I'm just saying, in the producer's eyes, maybe they think Ace is strategizing. Nick is going to explore everybody. He's going to explore the paper towel. But they're thinking like maybe they won't just really couple up and we won't have that tension or whatever. But if we make everyone be in a couple, we make everybody sleep in the bed with somebody, we make them do this, then it's going to cause more friction and drama. That is what they felt.
I don't believe it had anything to do with Ace. You're giving Ace a lot of power in this. I actually believe, you know what it had to do with? Season 6. I think they felt that these people had watched season 6 and they saw in the manner that happened in season 6, where all the guys basically didn't didn't not bring back somebody because they manipulated them enough to bring back somebody. And I think they thought that these people had observed enough of last season potentially to not play the game that way. That is why they coupled them up this way. And I know a lot of people want to give Ace that power that he's in the villa super strategizing,
Well,
and
he's playing a game and it's okay for people to play the game. It's
but he's not
okay.
the only one playing the game.
No, I
As,
know that. They just
yeah,
play it in
but
different
I
ways.
also,
Nick's game is to mess with everybody and kiss everybody and do, you know what I mean? People have different ways of playing the game. But
right.
yeah, a lot of them are
Nina
playing the game.
says also what I think the twist stopped Nick from whoring out, and that is what Fox is about. Nick is their pros. Nick is their Rob. Nick is their Marco.
Absolutely. Nick is definitely there.
Nick is their Rob, their Marco, their Isaiah. He is their chosen white man for this season. And they wanted to make sure he did not go into Casa and fuck up too big. They want him to win the show.
And they didn't want him to go home. They definitely didn't want that.
Yes. Because we know that he would not have stopped at getting to know Jaylen. He would have tried to come back and get to know Alandria. Like they knew what Nick was going, like his MO. His MO. Also, a lot of people was going into this Casa. Remember, Ariana had said after Sun, oh, Ace is gonna be in the Casa, making the boys do everything, like making them. And what did I say prior to Casa? He's not gonna do that. He likes those boys. He wants them in the end with him. He's not going to encourage them to do anything. He's actually probably going to tell them, no, like you shouldn't be doing that, which is also kind of what I think he did try to say to Taylor, but Taylor didn't have his head in it.
He was trying to, you sure?
They thought he was going to be, yeah, he was trying. They thought he was going to be Tariq, and he wasn't. He wasn't. And Ari pointed out as well. No, they wanted their golden boy Nick not to mess up like Aaron did last year.
Yeah. And they know that these are a bunch of influencers, and they've watched the seasons.
Yep. And as they said, Nick will explore with a paper towel.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what I said.
And KB saying it. They made the change of the formula to ensure that the cast is forced to play the game. That's it. It's to make the cast play the game because too many people last year played the game in such a way that it got them to a winner they weren't trying to get to. Because on the flip side, the girls brought nobody back.
Mm-hmm.
Serena did not do what they wanted her to do. She was supposed to go to Casa and explore those men and bring somebody back. So that Cordell bringing somebody back was not that big of a deal. They did not realize that girl was in love with that man. And so she literally could not talk to any other boy without saying Cordell's name. So then they tried to flip the editing and say, oh, well, it's because none of the guys, remember, they eroded all of that. They none of the guys were into Serena. She's just mad that Cordell found somebody. And then she popped off at the dock and on the fire pit. And they thought that meant he wasn't going to go back. Instead, he liked that shit. And they ended up being the winners. But those weren't their winners. Their winners were Kayla and Aaron. Or Nicole and Kendall. Which is why after that, we saw less and less of the other couples and more of those two couples. And it didn't work.
Nope.
And they're trying to do it now with Sierra and Nick with that reunion. And it's working, but it's not that much of a work. Tia's here. Tia says, hi, ladies. So happy you're back to discuss this messy season.
Hi, Tia.
But yes, they changed the formula to, just like last year when I said they sent those texts because the test was the text and every guy failed the test from the door. They already failed the test. This time, this was the test. You shouldn't have wanted to couple up with anybody. So that's what Alandria did. And then Nick was forced to not have anybody. Because the person he wanted Austin. And they wanted Austin dumped. And it didn't work. Shanice says the guys were trash last Casa and there was no way to expect her to explore with these options. I agree. This Casa, this Casa was so much better than the guys last Casa. So much better. I'm like, where were these men last year?
I only thought Chris was cute. I still didn't think. No, I thought Elan was cute.
Zach was cute.
Those
He was
veneers
Miss
take me out.
Reserve.
Which one? With a K?
No, with a C.
Oh, I mean, well,
The
it's two of them.
tall
So I know.
Yeah, no, the tall Zach. No, Zach with a K is not cute. I'm sorry. He too grown for this. That's Miguel's friend. I don't know.
I know.
No. Susu says, I think Nick getting kicked off was the producers maybe warning the boys to start focusing on love instead of the game. Maybe things will change. I doubt it. Rachel says, your feeling about Nick is my feeling about Ace. And maybe we're both right.
So
but so we're on to the boys at having to now choose, because Coco and Clark chose Taylor.
Coco's beautiful. So beautiful.
Coco's beautiful. She's so beautiful.
So beautiful. Oh my God.
I love her. She had the best personality.
Yeah.
KB says this Casa was strategically cast. Pretty much everybody other than thank you had their type from paper brought into this villa. Thank you. Same with the Casa girls. Absolutely. Thank you. I agree with that. Everybody but Alandria was brought their type of paper. Nick paper is paper towel. Like his type of paper is a paper towel. So he was gonna find somebody.
He just wanted to see if it's absorbent or not. It's paper towel.
Yes.
2-ply, 3-ply.
So he was her type on paper. He was her type on paper, and he wasn't the right person for her. Their love languages didn't work, and literally,
and he didn't show a lot of effort. He might have been her type
because he didn't want her. I don't know how much more I can say that Jaylen did not want Alandria. I know you guys think that Jaylen wanted her, but he has proven in every conversation he's had since the villa, he did not want that girl. He proved on the show.
He wanted Amaya.
He wanted Amaya. And I want you guys to unpack that. He wanted Amaya.
They'll have to do it on their own time. They're not going to get it.
No. So Danita agrees with what I agree with, is that the whole Casa experience was to humiliate Alandria, and you can't tell me it wasn't. And that's how I feel.
My God, it's so horrible. But go ahead.
Yeah. So Coco and Clark both pick Taylor, and he chooses Coco because period. So Clark chooses between Nick and TJ. And so she chooses Nick because, of course, you're going to go with the OP. TJ is vulnerable.
You'll go with the bounty. Yeah.
TJ is vulnerable, and if he's unable to lock in a new connection in the next 24 hours, he might be dubbed from the island.
Right.
Meanwhile, over at Casa Amor, 6 new bombshells are met by the original Villa girls, and they are Elon, 24, tech consultant from Toronto, living in Miami. Brian, 28, a jack of all trades from Boston, who is a financial accountant, real estate agent, and nightclub bartender. Zach, 29, an international model born in Thailand, living in Manchester, also Miguel's friend. So we had a whole bunch of TikToks like, where's Miguel's friends? Where's Miguel's friend? This was Miguel's friends. Hope you're happy.
I'm not.
The only other friend I think that is single is Louis. And he's got about 4 different reality love shows in the cipher left for this year to be put out, including Perfect Match. So
let that go with him.
Let that go. Zach with a C is a content creator from Scottsdale, Arizona. JD is 23, an athlete and fitness coach from Puerto Rico. And Chris is 27, a professional basketball player living in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
After a game of balloon darts kissed the Islanders and prompting 2 bombshells to either lock lips, the couples are JD with Huda, Elon with Sierra, Zach and Chris with Shelly, and she ends up choosing Chris. So Zach with a C couples up with Iris. Brian couples up with Andrina. Zach has to then choose between Amaya and Alandria. Zach goes with Alandria, leaving Amaya single and vulnerable. Again, anyone who is single at the end of this first day will potentially be dumped from the island. Ariana explains that everybody is coming back to the villa and that they need to forget about their couples from the villa and that they need to only explore these new connections and keep their minds open only to these new connections.
Yeah.
As the Islanders get to know their new connections, some appear to be exploring more than others. Nick is drawn to Jaylen, while Sierra is learning about Elon, but having trouble not remembering about her connection back at the villa. Taylor is vibing with Clark more than Coco, while Alandria is missing him and explaining to Zach that it took her a week. Like her first 24 hours with Taylor was rough. And it also took her a week to explore a kiss with him. Knowing that Zach is like, I don't have a week. He does switch allegiances to Amaya, which fair. But again,
it is
like,
fair. He's
like we said, like we said, they didn't send in somebody for Alandria. They sent in someone for every other Islander but Alandria. Mary says, is Amaya on the live position because that's my mother, but it seems like she's not going to find a connection for real. I have to think about that. I don't know. I don't know who's the live position. Might be Alandria at this point, but I don't know. We also find out that Alandria is willing to, because I think we had this conversation. We weren't sure if she was willing to move because we're like, oh, Taylor lives in Oklahoma. Is she willing to move from Houston to Oklahoma? And she does tell Zach, I'm willing to move, but I only want to move with somebody in the South.
Right.
She's very specific. We also find out she has been single for 5 years. And we had heard her earlier in the season saying that she normally just dips out when things are rough in a relationship. And so she is trying not to do this with her connection with Taylor.
Yeah.
We learned a lot about Alandria, I feel like, throughout the season. I feel like of any girl that has been on the show, personally.
Yeah, we're getting the layers of her, and I like that.
Yeah, and I like that. Mary says, in defense of Shelley, what other choices she's had either than Trump supporters or a little person? I mean, Chris is not a Trump supporter, but he is a Tory Lanez supporter.
No, the girl before, she's answering the other girl. The girl had said that why are they pairing Shelley with either Trump supporters or Tory Lanez supporters? And then that's Mary's response.
Literally, that's all she has had. KB says, Amaya seems sweet, but I don't think she's going to find someone on the show who will willingly put up with or match her attachment style.
Yeah. And we don't want to say put up with because she's fine just as she is, but somebody that just matches it. Yeah.
And the person I felt like who would have matched it, who would have been patient with her, who would have liked her in the manner that she's looking for, who would have met her physical touch needs. Because you always see her, people keep making fun of her for asking for a kiss and all that stuff, is, to me, was Jaylen. And America interrupted their connection.
Oh, I don't know what he would have done because I didn't really get to know him. So I don't know what he would have done. I really didn't even get to know him. Yeah.
So from what I've listened to his interviews and stuff, KB says, yes, it's avoidant attachment style, but very obvious they were really like Ola as a person rooting for a long time outside of the show. Not ready to give up on Alandria yet, but she's annoying me. Someone go give her a thump on the head. For what? I really want to understand what Alandria's done that she needs a thump on the head. If the entire villa is shocked that the person she was getting to know did what he did to her at the end, how is it her and not him?
It's just hard for people to remember that she doesn't see everything that we see. It's just hard for them. They get caught up in, you're watching TV, it's entertainment, you're watching a show. And sometimes they don't retrospectively think about it and pick it apart or whatever. And they just react to what they see. So they just don't want her to be played. And so they're getting irritated that she is getting played, but they're not thinking about it from the aspect of she doesn't see what we see. It's also she doesn't see what we see. And it's also that she has made up in her mind, because she doesn't want to run, because that's what she does, not run, but just detach herself quickly. She's trying to stand firmly in this and fight for it. She's also fighting more than she should, maybe, but she's just determined not to be who she is. Like when you make up in your mind, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try something new, and I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to stick with this no matter what. I'm just going to stick with it. And she's also not seeing all the things we're seeing. That's why she's trying to just really stick with it. But we know that this should be an instance where you should let it go, but she doesn't know that. So she's just trying to do something different and not fall into her same pattern. And people, because they really do care about her, that's why they're irritated. It's not out of their dislike for her. It's actually out of the fact that they like her and they don't like to see her in pain or getting played.
You know and if I say a lot of it is her. And if I say a lot of it is projection, what will you say?
Well, yeah, people do project. I mean, I think that happens a lot in life. We do project. Absolutely. I project. We do project. But I'm just saying, I think a lot of it is like they want to shake her because they're like, no, don't do this. I don't want you to be hurt. You know what I mean? Like, even though your children, you want to keep them from things instead of letting them experience them. Like, I know this could happen. I know that girl's not my daughter's friend. I'm trying to snatch her from it, but they don't know. They can't see it. They haven't had the life experience or all of that stuff. So she doesn't know what him and Ace are talking about. She doesn't know these things. So all she can go off is that this has been the only person that she's been coupled up with. And when she is clear in her communication with him, I like you. I'm trying to stay in this. And he's saying, yep. Yeah, that's all she can go off of.
KB says, "Hell, we don't even see everything," which is always my point, but people seem to ignore that they think everything is absolute the way that they've seen it. Gotta give these people a bit of grace. And Mary says, I agree. Let's cut Ola some slack, but she pulls a Mimi next episode. I'm done. What did Mimi do but win the show? Danita says Alandria hasn't done anything wrong. She follows her heart and his words. Also, she's in a literal pressure cooker. If she does go back or not, that's the show. People go back post Casa all the time. Literally. Kaylor, Serena, Janae, Leah, KK, Cassie. Should I keep going?
Yeah, people do go back all the time. And sometimes you going back has consequences, right? So it's your choice and it's your journey, and you can go back, and people can get frustrated when you go back if they feel like you're going back to somebody who means you no good, and they can vote both of y'all off, and then you could still be like and stay together in spite of getting kicked off, or you could not go back and still get kicked off, or somebody else comes in. So
that's how we ended up with season 3 and season 5, and I'm telling you guys, that's the road and the path we're on. KB said, based on the editing, that is the road and the path that we're on. So I need you guys to be prepared that is the road and the path that we're on. KB says she's trying to be open. I don't think she's doing anything wrong. People are mostly projecting because they want to believe they wouldn't be like her in the moment, period. Like right now, we have KK from season 5 talking about that Alandria is her and that she wished she did not get a chance to stay in the villa. And I want to understand, how is Alandria a KK? I need somebody to...
I don't see how KK can say she's a KK because
she also said Janae was a KK.
Huh?
Janae also said that Janae was a pick-me. So, I mean, KK has also said that Janae was a pick-me. So, I think KK keeps projecting onto these women to try to make herself feel better. But
I think she does too, because I never agree with her commentary.
But I want you guys to understand, KK season 5, Keenan turned his head to every woman that
Every
walked in
woman.
there, even
Every
after
woman.
they had sex. Who does that sound like?
Every woman.
Does that sound like Taylor?
That's Nick.
Thank you.
That's Nick.
Then he went to Casa, got a hand job from another woman. She got sent the video. She was on the floor screaming, crying. Exactly. She comes back to
and leaves the show behind that man. So nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that.
And sat there, screamed on him, and he said, well, if you can't get over it, we're done. Leave me alone. So she shut her mouth, kept sleeping with him, and the audience said, you know what? You obviously need a wake-up call. We're going to vote Keenan out.
Yeah, because we
and so they voted Keenan out, and the show allowed it because they didn't care. They had their winners pick. Marco and Hannah was their winner pick from a very, very long time, just like Nick and Sierra is their winner pick. And what happened was KK did the right thing. She left. She left the show with Keenan because that was her connection. Because I know you guys were like, oh, they're going to send in somebody for KK. They sent in Scott from the UK. They were never sending in anybody for KK. Did not want them to win the game. Sorry. And so she left the show, and then they couldn't get over what happened in the villa outside the villa. Where in any of that story is not projection onto Alandria, because that is not Alandria's story.
No, it's not.
It's not her story. So how dare you, KK, who's been on this show before, say that Alandria should have went home? Your ass didn't went home until you're choosing. How dare you?
I don't know where she got that from. She just be saying
how
something.
Dare you? Over it. A lot of these past Islanders keep speaking out and projecting on to this girl their own experiences. Cash pushing Alandria in this Nick Alandria bullshit. Like, just because that was the experience you wish you had does not mean that it is not false and unfair to her. That was gross what they did to her. Pushed her into the arms of a man who fetishizes her and only likes her physically, but doesn't want to couple up with her. He chose the person he wants to be with. You dumped her from her girls, sent her to the villa, made her watch as her man rightfully explored another person, because that's his journey. It wasn't unfair to him to have to explore somebody, because that was his journey. But her journey should not have had to sit there and watch him do it.
No, I just thought that was awful.
They should have sent them to the hideaway and made them wait. I think it was unfair to her. Nick was very all into it. And I'm really glad that he ended things the way he ended them, because I feared for Alandria coming out of this situation, because she was always going to get the blame. He was never going to get the blame. They have blamed her for every part of this.
Absolutely. And they keep saying, oh, she cut it off because she went first. He just said he wanted to get out of it because I'm like, no, he went first. She specifically said, you go first. And he does not want to be in it, just like she didn't want to be in it. That's what y'all wanted. That's not what they wanted. They're better off as friends. Y'all can let that go.
Exactly. Prediction in public will give up on her, but I want her to win. It's frustrating, not projection. There's a difference. I get it, but understand this. It is her journey. And she is locked in a villa with a man that she saw potential outside of this show with, that she's not in love with, because we know from when she got dumped, she said, I was hoping to fall in love. That means she's not in love with that man, but she had a connection with him. And I think it's very unfair that other people go back and everybody's like, oh, if she goes back, I want her out of this. Why? Everybody else gets to go back. Everybody else gets to make a choice. Rachel says, I can't say Taylor, but he's not Keenan. That's my entire point.
Thank you.
Olan and Janae by no means are similar to KK, period.
None.
The only thing they all have in common is the limited black men who actually like black women on these shows. Speak it. Please, because that's what people are not understanding. They did not send her type into Casa. They did not send her type into Casa.
Nope.
For fan service. KB says KK needs to lead the go. She literally ignored obvious disrespect, and Keenan was wilding in front of her every time.
Absolutely.
Every time. It was weird. But you know what? He still chose her. And we know that Keenan likes black women.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how did that help her? So we do see that Zach kisses Amaya in Soul Circle. And because they called that little hideaway Soul Circle, which I thought was cute. That was cute. I liked the new Casa Amor. Mm-hmm. Soul Circle was cute. I liked it. Mm-hmm. I did not like how they staged this. It was the person who got hurt the most was the person it was the most unfair to. And if the production, according to y'all, production knew that Taylor hated her, because that's what I keep getting from people. Taylor hates her.
Nick loves her. Now what? Right? Now people take it too far. Come on, y'all.
And I said, if you guys believe that the production knew that Taylor could not stand Alandria and was always going to choose someone else, I ask you this: why did they do this to her and make her watch? 2, why did they not send Jaylen in now when she would be more open? Because they did this to, as Danita said, humiliate her. They also removed her for Casa. She couldn't even explore for real because she only had 24 hours and it was starting to open up. Per Sierra. Exactly. So we do see that the Islanders are called to the fire pit for this last recoupling in Casa Amor. Amaya's on the chopping block, but any boy who would like to explore a connection with her are to stand up and agree to couple up with her. And Zach does, in fact, stand up, leaving Alandria single. The rest of the boys have the opportunity to couple up with Alandria, and this pissed me off even more. It's like she at first was left with nobody choosing her, along with Amaya, and then ultimately no one chose her because they didn't send in anybody for her. She is left single and dumped from the island. She is stoic. While her girls cry, they run to her. They do not know what to do with her. Without her, especially Shelly.
Oh, Shelly was so sad. I felt so bad when she was in the villa, and Shelly even woke up the next day and just was miserable. Crying. They were so miserable, especially Shelly. Like,
I felt so bad that they did that to them too. That was so bad. They didn't find out.
You also are taken away from their experience too, because they don't even want to talk to the guys. The guys got to just check up. Are you okay? You want to talk? Because they're so distraught. Like, that was just stupid. It was just stupid.
It was dumb. I hated it. Rachel says, I don't think Lander is ready to be open. She's stuck on Taylor. Based on what? A first look? People may not like it.
It's a hard day challenge today. I think they're just talking about in general. I don't think they're talking about today. Yeah.
But back at the villa, the couples get a major shakeup when Vanna leaves Ace to couple up with TJ. Coco ditches Taylor for Ace. Clark abandons Nick for Taylor, and Nick is left standing. Now, I do feel like this was strategy on the boys' part. So we did see that Taylor expressed that he wanted to get to know Clark, because remember, Clark and Coco were the first people to stand for him. I do think he was more attracted to Coco. I
Because
mean,
she's beautiful.
because she's beautiful. I know people are like, oh, he's a colorist and he doesn't like dark skinned black women. Then why choose Coco in the first place?
What?
No, yes, they believe he's a colorist and that Clark is light skinned and that's the reason why he chose her.
No. I mean, he's some things, but that ain't it. I mean, I think they're going based off of the women that they have seen that he has dated or whatever. But black people
But
coming
according
out,
to them, he dated white women and he went to prom with white women.
well,
And
he's in
he with a white
Oklahoma.
woman.
I
He
mean,
didn't. He went to prom with a black woman.
Oh, well, I don't know, but even if y'all had told me living in Oklahoma that he went with a white girl, I wouldn't have been like, oh, okay. I wouldn't have been that shocked. But
Danita says no
and
mistake. Like a lot of people are dragging online for a 3-second clip from a first look.
child, I mean, but they drug Huda too when we would see her, the first.
Yes, remember they thought that one little sentence. She talking about Jeremiah still, and she was talking about everybody throwing milk on her in the challenge.
Right. So that's how they like to get them revved up, child. They just want to rev you up. Ugh.
Yeah. So at this point, Nick has to. So strategy. So I think once because Ace had said he felt vulnerable in the position he was with Vanna. So we saw him pull Coco once Taylor expressed that he was going to switch to Clark. Now, we did not see Taylor tell that to Clark, as we see with how he actually continues to move for the rest of the next 2 episodes. He didn't actually tell Coco that he was interested in Clark. She did ask about his connection with Alandria, and he expressed where he was at with that, but he didn't tell her that he was going to move towards Clark. Keep that in mind. Then Ace pulls Coco, and Coco feels like, oh, this might be a good connection. So she does agree to get to know Ace, which I really liked Ace and Coco's connection. I'm going to be very truthful. Shelly.
It was like him looking at another Shelly. That's why, because they're both beautiful. So why would you?
But she also lives in Los Angeles.
Wearing the same color, baby. He was like, this my vibe.
But she also, unlike Shelly, lives in Los Angeles.
Right.
So I think that was also a thing for him. Right. And Coco, to me, the difference between Coco and Clark, I feel, is also the reason why Taylor chose Clark, but we'll get to that. Coco is secure, centered, positive, beautiful. And I think she intimidated Taylor a bit.
Like Alandria.
Danita and I have a theory that ultimately the Clark situation might be either he's not ready or he just wanted somebody for fun right now. But we will talk about that even more.
Somebody just not gonna make him elevate himself. Some people don't want to be elevated.
Some people don't. Say it again. Some people don't want to be. Because I was talking to Darian from The Circle. We saw him find his wife, recognize his wife. No, all he saw her was pictures. All he saw, he didn't hear her voice. All he saw was her words. And he recognized that woman was his wife. And sometimes it takes that little. And people don't realize. Mary, I'm going to cut this off now. Pepelandra will not rise because he doesn't like black women. Can we not do it? Not playing this game for the rest of the season. I'm over what they do.
Somebody names together in a minute.
Mind you, Sierra and Nick don't have a ship name. Go find them a ship name and leave my girl alone.
They call them Nicolandria, don't they? They have a name for them.
No, Sierra and Nick. Did I say?
Yeah, what do they call them? I don't know.
You said it. I'm sorry, but I wish they would leave my girl alone. First of all, why do y'all keep putting her with men that her women slept with in the villa? First Nick, now Pepe. Can you leave her be? There's other men. We're going to discuss that. So that is something that I thought about once I started seeing, oh, okay. I'm starting to get where, because my excitement of watching this Casa was to see how Taylor moved. I didn't think that he got a chance to really move in the villa, and I wasn't sure what he went for. So the fact that he started getting more physical really fast and all that stuff, it's like, oh, okay, I think I kind of understand. But he didn't do it with Coco. Because that's who, literally the first episode, everybody was like, oh, him and Coco are in love. And I was like, I don't see anything.
Oh, I'm not on Twitter. I'm like, I don't see these things. I'm not on Twitter.
I know. I was like, I don't see anything between them and Coco, but I think they had a really good conversation. But Coco's a vibe. Then I saw this movement, this shift around, and Nick went after Jaylen. So the thought process was they were all going to shift, and Austin was going to be the one dumped.
Right. That's what they thought in their head, and it did not work out that way. And they were in shock.
The production made sure that did not happen. Because I'm pretty sure
production made sure. You think they told Jayden not to choose me?
You have to tell them. You have to tell production who you're going to choose in these recouplings. I'm sure they said to Jayden and it was like, well, who do you think that you want to choose? Do you want to choose Nick because he expressed interest in you, or do you want to choose Austin? And she's like, well, I like Nick and he's handsome and all this stuff, but I really think that me and Austin have something really like great to explore. And they, again, Miguel and Cordell have expressed that they will say things to you by production in Casa to make you feel like your connections are either stronger or not. Miguel said they were basically telling him Leah's coupled up with somebody. You know she's coupled up with somebody in Casa right now. You're gonna come back, you're gonna have no one. So you should probably choose Sierra.
So you think that they told her, they pushed her to Austin more?
Yeah, they like, you know, if you are confused, because she said she had some confusion. If you're confused,
she said that.
How I felt like it happened with the Amaya and Ace situation, he kept saying he was 50-50. He kept saying,
I think they probably did say to her, not to tell her, but probably said to her, well, do you think that you have a better chance staying in a couple with Austin or staying in a couple with Nick if Sierra comes back? And I think that probably was the tipping point. Like, you know, it's like they telling you they're getting you to do it without telling you to do it, because they can't tell you what to do. But it's like to plant that in her head, and she probably was like, yeah, let me go and stay with Austin.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with Austin.
Because remember, she investigated him, so she obviously don't have no problem with what he been tweeting and all of that stuff, because she claims she investigated everybody. So she must think like he think. It was like, oh, I'll just stay over here. It's fine with me. I'll just stay with Austin.
Boss Queen Put said something. They did the same thing to India in the UK. Got in Casa, got her head, and to bring back Deji back. And I think that's what they wanted to do with Serena last season in order to make Cordell not the villain. And when it was very clear they weren't going to do that, that's why we got the video of Daya on top of Cordell, making it look like he had sex in Casa and everybody freaking out. Rachel Marie says Jayden chose Austin because he's a sure way into the villa. I don't think production made or encouraged her to do that. I think she was more attracted to Nick, and he was a sure way into Austin. Sure way into the villa, which is Austin. KB says, yeah, production tried to get Jayden to pick Austin. The producers have decided they're not going to let Nick and Ace outplay them this season. I think I believe that. So we see it didn't work. Nick gets dumped. This works out in their favor. Rise of Nick Alandria.
Right.
My worst nightmare.
Right.
My worst nightmare. The boys are like a fallen soldier had died.
Yeah.
we see that Alandria had said before, like she was ready to fall in love. She really wants to fall in love. And she was sad that the experience was cut off from her, but she had to stay true to who she was. Nick,
Yeah.
we didn't really hear much from him, but
No,
he did pick up his pictures of Sierra, and it really got his head back onto Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
And as Nick is rolling his luggage outside the villa, and Mr. Black car pulls up, and who opens the door but Alandria, and Nick is told, come on, get in quickly, and the two speed off together. And in the word, and at this point, we're all it's either you are team Nick Alandria, that's it, this is the ship, or you are like me and you're like, this is a delusional ship, they don't like each other, I don't know why y'all are doing this, why are you doing this to Alandria, it is unfair to her.
Yeah.
But still, I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it happened. I thought that they would actually put them in a hideaway, make them like watch maybe what was happening if they chose
I
to.
thought they were gonna put them in like some hotel room or somewhere off or something. I don't know. And let them go on dates and explore. I thought they were gonna have them focus on each other and just be around each other or something. I don't know. But I didn't think they were gonna do that.
Janina says if it's supposed to happen, it would have happened organically. Don't force them because then it will always be tainted. That's my entire point. It was gross because it did not feel organic. Palaver Girl says it was a plot to return two favorites, Nick and Alandria, after the castmates effed up again. Production couldn't take beating after Jeremiah. How did the castmates F up? They literally could have sent in people to make sure that they were coupled up with, or not make people couple up in the first place. And I do agree. They basically ensured their favorite boy and favorite girl are the two that got dumped. Because based on the app, that was your favorite girl and your favorite boy. And they let them get dumped for fan service. Because everybody and their mother swore that they had a connection.
Yeah.
Boss Queen says exactly how I feel. They used Alandria to help Nick win with Sierra. Because there was no way, any way that she was going to get out of this unscathed. This was to help Nick. This was not to help her. Glenn. Hi, Glenn. Glenn says Sierra might be angry if Nick's words to Olan comes out at movie night and gets Elon and then Olan and Nick get back together.
They were never together. I mean, they were coupled up for the sake because they had to in order to get back in the villa, but they never have been together. They're just friends. He wanted her to see him as Nick, but he is Nicky Poo. They're never going to be together. She doesn't see him like that. And it's okay. Like, I wish I had really strong platonic friendships with guys. Like, it's okay just to have a friend. Like, everybody don't have to be together. They're not supposed to be together. Let's just let it go.
I think that Nick likes Sierra. Otherwise, he would have pursued Alandria. I also think a lot of people are hanging their hopes on movie night because a lot of people only watch season 6.
The US always doesn't have movie night. They don't.
Thank you.
They don't always do movie night.
They don't always do the Twitter challenge. They don't always do movie night. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't see a place in this that movie night does anything.
No, me neither.
For this season. Movie night worked last season. What does movie?
I think the Twitter thing might.
Yeah, but there's too much bullying on the Twitter thing right now against everybody. So I don't see how that works. Susu says she said he was the most, or he said she was the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. I don't believe that he doesn't believe she's the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. Again, that's all physical. What about Alandria does he like? she's not just beautiful.
Nick
She's a
is just very charismatic as well. He says a lot of stuff just to be talking sometimes because everybody makes him nervous and all of this stuff. I don't know. I just don't trust everything that Nick says.
Me neither.
That's just me
I think it's
personally.
calculated. Susan says, "Oh, I'm gonna need the Twitter challenge though for Austin and Huda." That's not how that's gonna work, though. They're not gonna they're not gonna put a bunch of tweets just on Austin and Huda. Like they're going to put hate tweets about everybody.
Yeah, but I think she's just saying she wants them to hear stuff though. She wants them.
Yeah, they used a tweet from back in season 2 of Love Island USA for Aaron, that said Aaron was handsome or something like that, and that was about the Aaron in season 2. So that tells you what they do. they're going to still play to their edit. Tia says movie night worked last season specifically to show Kayla that Aaron was worse than her imagination. Absolutely. And KB says there's too many couples. They're focused on culling the villa. Movie night would have worked if Jeremiah was there. They don't need it this season based on. Yeah, I agree. I don't see. Yeah. I think we'll get an awards night instead. That's what I said. I said I want the Grafties. I think a Grafties and a Snog Mary Pie would work in this situation. Boss Queen thinks that Nick doesn't date black women. Period. I think he's attracted to black women. I've yet to see where he's dated one.
And that could be a first time for everything, but I'm just saying Nikki is shaky all the way around. Whether she Latino, white, black, blue. I just think you can't trust what Nick's saying to you. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how I feel. But yeah. So the boys are devastated. So coupled up, Amaya and Zach, Huda and JD, Sierra and Alan, Shelly and Chris, Iris and Zach with a C, Adriana and Brian, TJ and Vanna, Ace and Coco, Taylor and Clark, Austin and Jaden, Pepe and Grayson got dumped. Alandria and Nick, maybe. But we do see in the next episode, boys are devastated that Nick was dumped. The girls are devastated. Alandria is dumped, but Nick and Alandria are sent on a candlelit dinner date. And they talk about what happened in the villa and what's going on in the villa. Alandria tells Nick about his variant in Casa. Nick tells her and Clark and Taylor back at the villa. Tells her about Clark and Taylor back at the villa. And she is like, well, if a physical connection can beat what her and Taylor have, he was never her man in the first place. And at the same time, Taylor and Clark kiss in the speakeasy. They discuss their own connection, though, and Nick expresses that he always wanted to get to know her. And he told her that. And she says, you never said that to me, which I think is telling. And he said, well, he did tell it to Taylor. And that's like one of those things where, you have your friend and you're like, oh, your man is so cute. Oh, I would date him if I was, in your spot. That's what that was. Mind you, they never made a move. Y'all saw them at the same time, and they never made a move to pursue the same guy. Because that's not even your type. So he tells her, oh, I told Taylor. And she said, well, you never told me. And she's like, you just kept kissing me in challenges, so I was wondering. So a text comes through, and it says, Nick and Alandria, you can choose to remain single, but then you must leave the island immediately. But if you choose to couple up, then you can head back to the villa. And this is my problem with this. Why was it get dumped or couple up for these two people? I think it was rude. And then people are mad that they actually had to explore the connection. Well, why were they exploring the connection if they weren't really into it? It literally says that if they don't explore the connection, they have to get dumped. Danita says word on the street is that Nick does open relationships, but he needs a partner that's down with that too. And that's Alandria, nor is that Shelly, in my opinion. Yeah. Ari says that Sierra. Bella herself said he told her and Sierra that him and his ex had an open relationship and were long distance. Interesting. Mary, it says, how is that a choice? It wasn't a choice. There was no choice. The choice is stay on the show or get kicked off. Those were the choices. Stay on the show or get kicked off. So they chose to stay on the show so that they could potentially go back to the people that they were interested in. Lou says, Ace and the boys sat and talked about Jeremiah and time. Let Huda and Shelly hear them. And what is that going to do? I'm confused. What does that do?
It's not going to change anything, but happy Cancer season, Lou. And thanks for being here. It's Cancer season.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying. I'm trying.
Oh, and KB's a Cancer too. Happy Cancer season, KB. And if anybody else is in the chat, I don't know everybody's sign, but I do know that it was the Cancers.
KB feels like the Nick Alandria coupling was a temperature check, and I think the producers want to see if something popped. I think Nick and Olan are favored, and if it worked, they would have given a solid, popular pair. Absolutely, which was my fear. I feared that if Alandria could not extract herself from it properly, meaning Nick is not the victim, she would be getting death threats. We saw that happen to Catherine in Love Island, UK.
Yeah, whatever.
With Scott.
Scott is such a loser. Can we stop talking about it? I'm just going.
And it was very bad for her. She got death threats when she literally did not choose that man, and he chose her. Ari thinks Sierra hearing what Nick was saying to Alandria probably would hurt her, so they can show that, but they won't because it will mess up their chosen guy to win, and like it did Aaron. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Mary says send Josh from the UK for Alan. At least he's hot and would get the job done. He is in a relationship. So they do agree and they head back to the villa. Sierra ITMs that Alandria being so open in Casa made her feel like she should be also open in Casa, and that even though she had a strong connection in the villa, her being open would help her on this Casa journey. So we see that the girls felt like Alandria was open. But again, she was open and there was no possibility of a connection because they didn't send in her type.
Yeah, and she's open, but people are still going to move how they move. And she just moves slower than some people. She's just not.
Right. Like she's not going to be kissing you outside of challenge.
Right. And that doesn't mean she's not open. But sometimes people equate that to, you know what I mean? So people move how they move, you know?
Clark tells the girls her and Taylor kissed in bed. Her and Taylor kissed. In bed, they talk about Nick. Chris gives Shelly a flower to make her feel better. He names it Shelly flower. I thought that was cute as hell. I'm sorry, guys. I know you didn't like it, but it was actually very romantic and very cute.
I thought it was cute too.
Yeah. KB thinks both Nick and Alandria actually came off way better in exploring and also deciding not. Yes, I agree. I was happy how it ended up, but I was frustrated through most of this episode. So yes, but also I was scared because I've seen what happens. And I'm glad Nick ended it first. I don't care what anybody says. Nick ended it first. Because if he hadn't, we would have seen what would have happened. But also I agree. They were both mature about it. Healthy people will value it. Others will project and blame no matter what. Yes, and they're blaming Alandria because she refused to explore it. And Nick saw that she was too into Taylor, and that's why he shut it down first. That's what they're writing. It's mind-boggling. Ari agrees it was super cute and romantic way to think out of the box. So we do see that the Villa and Casa go to bed. Alandria and Nick sneak into the villa. I'm thinking they're going into the hideaway, and they go
Me
this
too.
way. And I was like, what?
I just thought that was crazy. And then the way he ran over to Nick, Jesus, Jesus. Now that did set me in a tizzy. It set me in a tizzy.
They get ready for bed and they sneak into the empty bed in the villa bedroom. Clark and Taylor are cuddling. Now, I have a theory that because they made it seem like they got into bed and then they went to sleep in the bed, but I actually think that they got there closer to when everybody had to get up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they were the ones that were like, "Good morning, Islanders," right?
Yeah,
Like
I think so too. Yeah, I
yeah, I
think so
think they
too.
slept somewhere else, and then
Mm-hmm.
they brought them
Yeah,
there
I think so too. Mm-hmm.
to wake them up. So we see Shelly wakes up crying, and Amaya and the others comfort her and Chris and make her breakfast. Um, Nick and Alandria wake up the villa with Good Morning Islanders. The boys run to Nick. The Casa girls are like, oh shit. Taylor hugs Alandria, but he's worried she saw him cuddling Clark that night before. The boys are excited. They're both back, and the Casa girls welcome Alandria back. Alandria explains her and Nick were dumped the night before, and so they are coupled up. Clark is upset that Alandria is there. She wants to tell her about the kiss. The girls say, you don't want to make her think you're weaponizing it. And I
Mm-hmm.
think it's telling that that is where most of those girls were head was at. And I do feel like Clark probably was ready to throw it in her face.
Absolutely, she was.
Yeah.
Absolutely, she was.
Denise is here. Denise is,
Absolutely. Because she, you know, she was like, good morning, Islanders, mocking like what Alandria had said. And I do think she was ready and I'm thankful that Grayson was like, wait. Because here go Vanna. Tell her. And Grayson was like, wait. I get what you're saying. But you don't want her to weaponize. And Coco, like, exactly. Like, Coco was almost like, I'm glad somebody said it because I wanted to say it. Yeah, that part right there. And then she like, oh, okay. And I'm like, I'm so
because
glad because I did not want her to do. I just didn't want it to go from bad to worse. I was like, please don't do that.
I think that again, I don't think that Clark and Coco end up being that close. I think because I think Clark is very insecure.
Because even when Clark was like, come back to me, I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping a little bit because I got to get ready to get off. But when they were doing the thing and she was like, come back to me, she did not even advocate for Coco. Like, even though she was worried about, they were talking about Alandria and maybe she didn't want to say anything bad about Alandria, she could have still advocated for Coco.
Mm-hmm. But did I lose you? Did we lose you? Dang it. We lost Miss TJ. Miss TJ, if you can hop back on, hopefully you will be able to hop back on. Denise W says, yeah, Nick did a temperature check with Alandria and gave hesitation. He backed off. I don't think she gave hesitation. He gave hesitation. I didn't see any hesitation that she could have give him. I think he gave hesitation. Ari says that wasn't Nick. That was Elon. They have similar hair type but different voice. For what? What did I miss? I'm sorry. KB says, Mika, I might be off, but I think Nick knew that it would be better for him to end it, both for the public would view him, and he's shown he does like Alandria enough to try to protect her when he can. Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely, I agree. Clark was big ready. She was ready for that test situation. She was pressed about that test situation. And again, we could talk about this, but she was mad that she was called a test, but literally Casa Amor is a test for the main relationships or connections in the villa. And so, yes, she was a test that Taylor had to pass. So it is what it is. It's like it's literally every season they call it a test. Danny says, "Oh, watch out for that word test. They're fighting words." I mean, it is what it is. We have videos upon videos. Casa Amor is the ultimate test of a relationship. I don't know what you want from it. Like, that's what it was. That's what it was. You were a test. I know you don't like it, but that you were a test. KB says, Casa girls always have audacity every season. Girl, you are a test. It is what it is. Ari says, the comment before person was talking about the first look, but she said that she was hot or pretty. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, so let's try to get to the episode everybody wants to talk about so that we can do that. Hopefully Miss T Joy will either come back or send her thoughts in the comments. But I'm gonna give you my theory on that conversation of who to choose at the end. And so we do see that Alandria comes in and they all tell her they love her, and they're like, oh, that she's she's like, oh, I'm so surprised you're so nice to me. And I'm not, because Alandria is a queen. 3M Shaw says, I'm not sure if it was Clark was mocking Alandria with the Good Morning Islanders thing just because they heard that every morning. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna hold that against Clark. I know a lot of people are. There's stuff to hold against Clark. That wasn't one of those things. Taylor gets told by Nick that he told Alandria everything that happened in the villa. He says he's sorry. Taylor says, yeah, I'm a dead man, but yeah, I have to be transparent to her. He tells them that Alandria told him everything that's happening in the casa, and then he tells them how they got coupled up. Alandria said that this was hard for her with Casa, but she doesn't feel single. Taylor's still her man. Oh, Alon said Alandria was hot or pretty in the first look, not Nick. Got it. Well, again, so I feel like Alandria has a lot of options coming into this. I know people are like, oh, but she has no options. She literally kissed Zach with a C, not Zach with a C, Chris and Elon in the Casa challenge, but neither one of them chose her. They chose her girl. So I think it's potential. She has them to explore. She has whoever she wants to explore. Listen, Alandria right now is writing her own story. She should. I agree with you, Mary. Ace is going for a house of villains or traitors. I agree with you. The way people have made him this villain, he is definitely going on one of those two shows or both. I agree with you, Mary. But I'm also one of those people who don't think that Ace is trying to win the show. He doesn't need the money. He makes that amount of money on one TikTok post. He doesn't need the money. I don't think he's trying to win the show. I think he's trying to build up a following to go on to other shows and stuff. And also ended up that he met the person that he was trying to get to know in real life and put them in a space where they could get to know each other. So I do agree with that. Mary says, I love to hate him. I don't hate him. I think Ace is funny. I think Ace is a good personality. I like the stuff that he's done this season. I don't think he's a villain. I know other people do, but I just don't. Is he a game player? Probably, but so is Nick. Potentially now, so is Taylor. There's a lot of Austin. They put a bunch of influencers and models into this season. Most of them don't need to the money. Most of them are just there to get their face out there. So I think they're all sort of game players in editing themselves in a certain way. So we will see how it ends up. May the best game player win, in the edited words of India and Dammy. So we do see that The girls really like Chris for Shelly, but she's not really giving them much. And I think people don't understand the person that Shelly talked to about her relationships was Alandria. The person that Alandria talked to about her relationships was Shelly. Everybody else talked to Alandria mostly, but also Shelly. And that is the hierarchy of the villa. I said that Alandria was running the villa. And people are like, no, it's Shelly, it's Ace. And they're like, Alandria's the it girl. Alandria's running the villa. Alandria is who y'all think is on the other side. On the other side, I think in tandem, Ace and Nick are also running the villa in ways. And Taylor was like second general, right? All the girls came to him for advice. All the guys came to him for advice. He was there for a lot of people, which is why I said at that point, it was going to be very hard to get him out. I don't think it's going to be as hard now. KB says Ace is a villain because his delivery is diabolical, even if he's right. And he's usually right. He said, I may tell you a joke, but I will never tell you a lie. And he's usually right. But I really liked him and Nick, and the two of them have kept the producers on the toes. And that pairing has been fun to watch. I agree. I don't know why people hate them. But the thing is, I noticed people downplaying Nick's thing in this and upplaying Ace in this. And when I think it's like this, it might be different playing styles, but to me, it's this. Whereas Taylor, I think has been this. There, up here, Taylor's down here. Austin is down here. He doesn't have enough strength in numbers. He's tried, right? He tried to keep Charlie and dump Taylor, but he didn't get enough strength in numbers to get himself up here with Charlie and Pepe maybe, and Jaylen, because those are the people that they were close to. So he has stayed down here with Taylor here, Nick and Ace up here. And KB agrees. Nick and Ace are more co-leads. They're both exert a lot of influence, just in different approaches. Absolutely. Tia agrees. I love Ace and Nick. But listen, I'm good to know, because sometimes I don't think what people are saying. I don't think they're villains. But even if they were villains, they're equal villains. Why are we trying to dump the black guy and not also dump the white guy? Who also, at least the coupling Ace is in is a strong couple. Do I feel everything for Shelly and Ace? No, not yet. I feel like I don't really know Ace or Shelly, and I only seem to find it when they talk to other people, and I need them to talk to each other and come to a, like, oh, this is what is about me. That's what I need. KB feels Taylor is more of a sidekick and a wingman for both Nick and Ace. Agree. Miss T Joy is here.
Yes, girl, I gotta have my camera up. My power, it's a thunderstorm and my power went out.
Oh no! Just when you were gonna leave anyway. That sucks.
I know. So I'm in the car. When I'm here.
Okay. So at this point, we see that Taylor and Clark chat, and he says he's still getting to know her. He's not gonna drop her. He mentions that they have a connection in his ITMs. Funny enough, as we talk about ITMs, remember earlier in the season, I kept saying to you guys, I said, we're not hearing, Taylor's a main part of the show, but we're not hearing his ITMs. And you guys said, no, well, he's probably in there saying that he doesn't like Alandria. That's why we're not hearing them. And I said, if he was saying that, they would show it. I think he was saying he did like her. Maybe he wasn't saying he liked her, like to marry her, but I think he was saying he liked her. But they were editing him as the person who wasn't as there, right? If you look, somebody, I think it was Pop Culture Data, did a confessional list of how many confessionals each person has had. Why did Taylor have less confessionals than Belle Dasha going into Casa? Belle Dasha, who got eliminated day 3.
Wow.
More confessionals, more ITMs of what he was feeling, where his head was at, what he was thinking.
That's crazy.
And I kept telling you there's something about that. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's because it played against the edit. They would have showed it if it was playing with the edit. So now we see he goes into Casa and he's got this connection with this new girl that's supposedly growing and strong. And now they're showing everything that Taylor has to say.
We
Every
getting seven confessionals an episode. Okay.
So he does say in his confessional that he has a connection with Clark, but he has a strong connection with Alandria. And everybody's like, no, you don't. You like Clark better already with her. I'm like, so why is he saying he has a strong connection with Alandria when he's already ready to dip out? Because I do think that he had an emotional connection. Now, whether it was a friend connection or a romantic connection remains to be seen. They both have admitted that their first 24 hours was rough, but they started off as friends and built on that. She said it to Zach with a K. He's saying it in his confessional and also to Ace. And so Nick does tell him, though, I'm going to get to know her. Sorry. And Alandria and Nick chat, and he asks her what she's looking for from Taylor and how does she feel. She says, I want transparency. And she looks over at Taylor and Clark, and she says, they're cute. I see it. Taylor tells Ace that his connection with Clark is stronger in 24 hours because it's more physical than the one he had with Alandria in 24 hours because it was less physical. And Ace has said, well, you're in trouble. You need to move correctly. Ace doesn't say to him, no, you can't keep going with her. You need to just cut it off. Alandria's here. He says he's worried about Taylor, but he just wants the best for him.
Right.
He does. Which means he's not going to interfere. And I never thought he would. Alandria and Nick come by and they tell Taylor to pull Nick and Ace to pull Alandria, but he's scared. And I was like, this is very telling. I'm telling you right now, when a man is not self-assured to come to you to have these type of conversations, this is where the mess up is. And 3M Shaw is what I'm saying. This annoyed me about Taylor. Be a man. That's why I said to you guys earlier.
Boy. He's a boy.
I'm using these words on purpose. There are women in this villa. There are boys in this villa. Taylor was not being a man. He was being a boy. And you're asking Ace and Nick when to go talk to them. And they're like, what? Like, because remember, Nick is telling Ace that Shelly's with a 6'8". And Ace,
right.
He wasn't going to care. He wasn't going to care because Ace is secure. He's 22 fucking years old and he doesn't care. Because Ace is a man. Y'all can say what you want about Ace, but he's a man. Taylor?
Yeah, he had to grow up. He had to grow up early. Ace is a man. He has to grow up. You know what I mean? Even though he's
Alandria is a woman. Alandria is a woman. If you hear her story, she is just similar to Ace. She is the oldest of a few similar siblings from a young single mother.
Right.
She had to grow up early. She does not get to cry. She does not get to oh my God, what am I going to do? Panic, whatever. She is a grown woman. And the way that Taylor moved, y'all are mad at the way Taylor moved. I appreciated it because it showed me he is not a man. He's a boy.
Exactly.
There's a difference in maturity between the two, and it's not going to work until he mans up. And I said, the way he moved with Coco to Clark, it's also showing that because I don't think he told Coco that he was interested in Clark. I think he just moved to Clark because Clark made it known she was ready and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
KB says Taylor lacks maturity. Rachel Marie says Taylor's definitely a boy and he's been moving like one since the season started. And in hindsight, yes, I agree with you. But I always allow for the edit. We don't know what they're always doing. But in hindsight, Alandria is intimidating. And I know somebody above had said, I think the age also might be a factor of why he also chose Clark. Clark is, I feel like she's always holding her head down. She always seems like diminutive, but Alandria holds her head
Yep.
high. I think she did try to play down herself a little bit to get onto his level.
Yes,
And
she
she
did.
saw
She
a little
did.
bit, and she saw a little bit of that, right? She started to recognize that. That's why I think she couldn't all the way fall for him.
Right. Yeah,
But
she did. She did. She did. And sometimes you do that because you're like, I want to meet this man where he's at. I don't want to intimidate him. You know what I mean? Especially if you've heard it
yes,
a lot. If you've heard it a lot from men, oh, you're intimidating. You know, I was afraid to come talk to you. I was afraid. Da, 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 da. So you think to yourself, I'm trying to do things differently in the villa. I'm really ready for love. I need to try. You know, and so she thought to herself, let me just make myself a little smaller, just so he doesn't feel intimidated by me, and let me be clear with my communication. Like, she was trying so hard. Like she said, what else can I do? She was planning dates for this man, everything.
but I
What else
think he
can I do?
also planned dates for her that we did not see. Because in the conversation she had with him on that dock, she said, I'm reciprocating to you the things that I'm doing. And I am telling you guys right now, you want to believe Alandria is delusional, but
No, I don't
she's
think she's
not.
delusional. Men,
I
men will always have you thinking that you're delusional, but you only going by what they said. You know what I
and
mean?
what they did for you. So she
Right.
reciprocated what she was getting from him. And I do agree with Miss Scott on this. He kept saying, "Oh, it's like it was like kissing Alandria, but in a different form. It was like talking to Alandria, but in a different body." He kept bringing Alandria into the situation. He kept thinking about Alandria, and I'm sorry, guys, I don't feel like he's that good of an actor. I think he was looking for someone Alandria light. Because I think he liked her. I think he liked her.
But he knows that he is not at the stage of life where he wants to step up and be a man. He still wants to be a little boy.
Yes,
And he knows that if he wants to continue to be with her, he got to step his game up and be a man. And he's not trying to do it. So he going to find somebody that's going to accept him for the boy that he is.
thank you. So at the end of the day, he does end up pulling Alandria and they go to the fire pit. He does off the bat tell her he kissed Clark. And she says it does hurt, but she's a beautiful girl. And I thought we were in a good pace. But she agrees to allow him to have his experience in Casa. She knows it's not going to be easy to handle or watch, but she has to do it because he has to explore. And she is not wrong. She's not
Right.
wrong.
Absolutely.
Just like last year, we know that while Cordell and Serena wanted to both close off before Casa, if he had, it would have put them at a deficit. He needed to go into Casa and explore somebody who actually wanted him and understand what that meant for their relationship. And it made them stronger. I will say this about Cordell and Serena. For them, it made them stronger, but they have different factors that I'm not including for Alandria and Taylor. Taylor, I feel like
Exactly.
chose somebody who I think is more on his level, immature. We
Right.
see how the
Hello.
way she thinks and how she acts. Apparently on her TikTok, she's talking about, oh, light skin's up. She feels that she's light skinned. And I'm like, you're light skinned where? Her sister is retweeting or reposting things that disparage Alandria and liking posts disparaging Alandria. Why? You are not against Alandria if you win the war.
Right. You should be focusing on your connection with Taylor, not being no Landry. And see, that's the immaturity that we're talking about. Only an immature person thinks that you're battling another woman
You're really just trying to make sure you have a connection with this man. And you shouldn't have to diminish somebody else to be up. Light skin is up, so dark skin is out. Like, you shouldn't have to, you know what I mean? Like, you should just be confident in who you are and your connection.
Danita says
Stay on the
Alandria
same level.
and Taylor and Clark aren't. And that's why she intimidates both. Period.
Right.
Taylor tells Alandria ITMs. Oh wait, sorry. Okay. So she does say that he does say he's not going to drop her. And Alandria is like, no, well, I'm still willing to explore our connection. She does ITM that their connection began as a friendship. His connection with Clark began at more physical, and she gets that. And so it's very different. She acknowledges that. Taylor tells the boys that he's not dropping Alandria. He's still Team Alandria. He just needs to explore with Clark. Elan is scared to be left by Sierra. Chris wants a kiss from Shelly. We had raunchy races. I wrote down nothing about raunchy races because I hate raunchy races, and I feel like in this villa it was stupid. Alandria is uncomfortable. She's basically Team Casa, so she's just sitting there. But Casa, right. Nick and Alandria kissed in soul ties. I hated that everything about that kiss. Nick asked her for a kiss, said that he wanted to explore their connection outside of the challenges. And Clark and Taylor kiss on the dock. After he reaffirms that he's going to continue to get to know her, and she has nothing to worry about. Alandria is a little bit shocked, says her lipstick is off, and his face is brown. He says he loves that, but she says Sierra will be upset. KB says soul ties is crazy. KB says two things can be true. Taylor can like Alandria as a person and not like her romantically, which I think is closer to the truth based on his shown behavior and the few confessionals on screen time. Or another thing that could be true is that he thought he liked Alandria as his person, and then he realized he liked Clark more. And it wasn't a game for him. Because I think people think that it's all the way a game for him. And I don't think that it was a game for him, but that's my opinion. KB said maybe the kiss and soul ties is what KK thinks she and all. Oh my God, like maybe because soul ties
is crazy.
So Alandria is upset. She misses her girls and she has no one to talk to. I hated this. I hated everything about this that they made her go through this. She has no one to talk to about her Casa experience, so she'll keep her mouth shut till her girls get back. She can't tell the guys because they're friends with Taylor. Right. And they all four come to the kitchen. Nick gives his shirt because he's cold. Taylor hugs Alandria. Alandria doesn't have a handshake, she says, with anyone. And Taylor says, maybe you're just not well liked. And she says, maybe. Marie says, I don't even know if he likes us as a person because some of the comments he made was mean-spirited. So I do feel like this comment was a joke on his part, but it was poor taste at the time. Like, why would you say that? So, Strani says, I think Taylor tried to like Alandria, and that's all I could give him. And I think that's fair. KB feels like less likely as he was interested in Huda before Clark came in. So, yes, but I'm confused. So, if he liked Huda and wasn't able to explore it, he's not I'm very confused. He didn't like Alandria in any way. Because my whole thing is, he could have still explored it. He could have tried. I know you're like, oh, but she didn't like him. That's what I was saying about Sierra. He still stood up. So I think putting yourself out there is the point, but he never did. So why was that? And that's my whole thing with the Belle Dasher thing. She's saying they were going to swap, but it doesn't feel like Alandria was involved in the swap. So were you really going to swap?
Right.
I think conversations that were had are missing, and we cannot pinpoint whether or not he just didn't have the ability to explore, or he didn't want to.
Yeah.
So JD is rude to Huda, says she wanted to be dominant in the raunchy racist challenge and he didn't like it. And Huda walks away. And I will say, proud of her for walking away. Still don't care for her, but proud of her for walking away. Because I thought that was rude as hell. And I was
It was so rude.
How do you fumble that? Huda was an easy way into the villa. Easy. All you had to do.
That's why. Ego.
All you had to do was go explore with Huda, be nice to her, go back to the villa with her. And then, if you wanted to move to Amaya, you move to Amaya then.
Right.
But his dumbass fumbled. And his fumble was another person's game. Coco and Ace chat. And he misses Shelly. But he really likes Coco. And I saw something really between Coco and Ace. And I felt bad because I was like, she has no shot because he is Shelly down. But I'm sad about it because I think they did have potential. Danita says, yeah, because Alandria seemed shocked by the words coming out of Nick's mouth, so it's clearly she wasn't aware of his swap. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. That was so weird. Pepe and Grayson kissed. She thought it was cute. It was genuine. Like, I like Pepe. I don't care about him and Grayson, to be fair. Huda pats herself on the back for how she handled the JD situation. Ace says he really likes Coco. He says he really loves Coco, but he misses Shelly. Taylor kisses Clark's forehead and bed, and Alandria walks in, so he stops. Amaya and Zach check in.
See, that's little boy sneaky behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, mommy's coming. Like, it's just childish. Like,
I also think he didn't want to disrespect her by making out with her. I also feel like that was fair.
Well, just don't do it then until the lights go out.
I think that's worse.
Well, they were doing that anyways. When the lights went out, they were snuggling and all that stuff.
Well, snuggling is one thing. I'm talking about making out.
Well, I mean, but just be a man about it. If you're going to do it, stand on it and do it. Or wait till the lights go out to do it, or just not do it at all. But you speaking like you a 2-year-old, or, you know what I mean? Like, we're that's boy behavior. So now we're looking at you, boy, because you sneak.
Amaya and Zach check in with, and JD has been getting to know her, but Zach is her priority number one, which is why JD was stupid. And Nick and Alandria, Nick expresses that he was thinking about Sierra the entire time they were kissing, and she agrees. She was thinking about Taylor. Alandria says this is very hard to watch. Taylor and Clark together. She doesn't want to see it. Huda chats to Chris in Soul Circle, and they agreed they would like to get to know each other. And this is where I said, Chris, you were the ultimate game player, because that was the smartest thing he could have ever done. He saw that it was potential that Shelly was not staying with him, so he did a quick move. Hence, JD fumbled because of his ego. He was dumb. KB agrees with me that the smart thing JD could have done is to get to know Huda and then move in the villa. Once you get to the villa, you could do whatever you want to. Danita agrees JD was stupid, but Chris played it smart. Mary thinks that Pepe and Grayson are Pepe and Hannah 2.0, and actually that's all too possible. KB says Ace sitting with his arms closed every time he has a chat with a woman other than Shelly is telling. The only other time he doesn't close off is when he's arguing with them. Dreadful Ruby's here. Dreadful Ruby says, oh, I missed y'all. Yeah, I'm back. KB says JD was given brain rot the entire time he was in the casa. I was like, can he go? Dreadful Ruby says, I'll have to do a rewatch too. I need to know your thoughts on everything. And it worked great for Shelly. She can still get to know him. Not that I expect her to leave Ace. I say he's still potential for Alandria. 3M Shaw says, yep, especially after first look, Chris is very much still on the Shelly mission. Okay, well, look at the first look. I haven't looked at it. Dreadful Ruby says he was like that with Shelly for weeks, though. Yeah. And so we do.
Sorry, Mika.
You have to go?
I just want to say I have to go. Bye, everybody.
Bye. So we see that Huda, Clark pulls Alandria. And Alandria thanks her because she says, oh, well, I was never going to pull you. And I think her saying that pissed Clark off. Because I think Clark felt like she was important enough in this situation for her and Alandria to chat. And I think at this point, Alandria was just like, kind of, the issue is, it is what it is. Either he's choosing you or choosing me. And I don't really care. So he chooses you, he chooses you, he chooses me, he chooses me. Either way, you are who you are. I don't need to get to know you. Alandria, Jeffrey says Alandria was so shady to Clark. I mean, I think she kind of deserved it, but because why are you pulling her and like, oh, well, I'm not worried about my connection with Taylor. So then what are we talking about? Why'd you pull me? And then why'd you get upset when you pulled me? And I said, thank you for pulling me. You seem like a great girl. It is what it is. Either he's going to choose you or choose me. We needed this test. We needed this shakeup. What did you want us to have a conversation about? I think she thought that Alandria was going to be upset or insecure, and Alandria is a queen, and she was just like, it is what it is. Danita says, agreed. Clark felt like it was dismissive when really it was just her saying, you don't owe me anything. Taylor does, so I'll talk to him. And if he's not, just like when the Amaya and Zach thing happened, if he's not open, to telling me anything, then then we know where he stands. And that's what it was. Jeffrey really feels that was more a reaction to the test. I think it was a reaction to the entire conversation, but yes, the test seemed to set her off. But she does say that her and Taylor needed this test. Clark is upset. She ITMs. She doesn't feel like she's a Taylor's test. You're Taylor's test. You're Taylor's test. I don't know what part. You're Casa girl. You're Taylor's test. Alandria is a main girl, and they tried to treat her like a Casa girl, and it pissed me the fuck off. Sorry to curse. KB says Alandria wasn't about to act out of character over this. Taylor is the one who owes her the explanation. And period, point, end of conversation. Alandria and Taylor chat, and she tells him about her kiss with Nick and Soul Ties. And Taylor says their connections are just different. And Alandria takes pictures for Taylor and drops them in his drawer. And he does tell her that he's torn. But we see it is a text. It's time for the recoupling. They all have to return to the villa they return to the villa. They all get ready. It was stupid. This whole pretending and Nick and Alandria was dead and then making Sierra run to Nick and kissing him and all this stuff that they are trying to fan service to get Nick and Sierra a win that I am just like, I see what you're doing, production. Hopefully it works out for y'all. I see y'all really want a white man to win the show. So it's whatever it is. I don't like how they did this. The boards where you had to write down the name of the people that you chose. I feel like they should have made them pre-write those names and not you get to see what everybody's doing, how everybody's feeling, what's going on, and then you write down the names while you're standing in your heart circle. I think that was stupid. I just didn't like any of how they did this. There was too much choice by the Casa people. This should never happen. Alandria should not have had to be potentially dumped. She's an OG girl. It was dumb. It was dumb. Dreadful Ruby says, I hate how they did Casa. Maya having to graft the Casa people responsible for dumpings, which if it hadn't been Alandria and Nick, they actually probably would have been done. Probably. 3M Star agrees with me that Nick and Sierra don't move me at all. And Danita agrees with that. They are giving nothing. And Dreadful Ruby says, I agree. The eye contact alone with your old match can change the feelings. So why would it was dumb? And we all knew what was going to happen. Taylor was going to choose Clark. Because why would you do all of this if he wasn't? You could tell by the way the show was doing shit. He was going to choose Clark, and she was going to be the only girl who was stuck without her coupling, a la Mimi. Like, we saw how this show was going to go. It was, as Rachel Marie says, the recoupling was stupid, convoluted, and anticlimactical. They ruined Casa for what? Fan service? Fan service. Because also pissed me off is people are mad at Alandria because she's gotten a lot of chances. So she should have been the one dumped. When in any other situation, Alandria would not be the person up for a dumping at this point. Coco should have come back to the villa, yes, but not over Alandria. Because why is an OG girl not being able to choose who she wants to couple up with? Why does Taylor get the ultimate choice to leave her single or not? She didn't get a choice in this matter. Jeffrey Ruby says, and if Amaya had been dumped by Casa for real, I'd been fuming. I'm watching too much UK right now. The slang is rubbing off of me. Rachel agrees. Rachel is saying none of these couple move me. I lost so bad this season. And you can blame the producers for that because I don't blame the individuals, to be honest. So they stand in the heart circle. The OGs go in the circle. They choose to the couple or stay, but Alandria is the only one that really didn't get a choice. Austin and Jaylen chooses him. They match. Amaya, JD, and Zach chooses her. She matches with Zach. Pepe and Grayson match. Andrina, Brian match. TJ, Vanna, and Iris. Then Zach with a C for Iris. TJ and Iris chose each other, which I was kind of shocked at. Ace and Coco and Shelly step forward. Ace chooses Shelly. So at this point, if you are not chosen, you are single and vulnerable. And we know what that means. Huda steps onto the circle. Chris steps forward and they match. Sierra, Nick, and Elon step forward. And she matches with Nick, who we thought any differently. Taylor and Alandria and Clark stand forward. He chooses Clark. The entire villa is shocked. He says the heart says one thing, the head says another. Alandria is single and vulnerable. Now, as I said, Danita and I had a theory. If you watch The Bachelor this past season with Grant's season, right? And everybody was like, oh my God, why would he not choose Latia? Latia is literally wifey. Like, she's wifey material. She wants to be a wife. He said that's what he was looking for. And I feel like very similarly to Taylor, he just wasn't ready for a wife. And I feel like Alandria gives wife. I feel like I had this conversation with Darian from the circle, and he said the same thing. He's so upset because Taylor is an alpha. So he's part of the alpha fraternity. And he is like, we're getting all this blowback because he did something wrong. He's like, and I said, well, I don't know. That was one of the biggest fumbles I think I've ever seen in a very long time. He said, yeah. He's like, Alandria is a queen. Alandria is wifey. You do not like fumble a queen. But it's the fact that Taylor could not recognize that Alandria is the queen. Literally, they were on track to win this show, and he fumbled Alandria because I don't think that he is ready Alandria likes to decorate her home, and she said she's not a big partier. She'd go to day parties and stuff. I don't think he's ready to settle down. I think he was looking for someone just for now for fun. Just like we said with Grant, with Latia and Juliana, he was ready for now. He wasn't ready to be a husband. He wanted to take time. I think it's fair that Taylor wanted to take time, and they just might be in different pace. The maturity is not there, and that is fine. And I know people are upset at Taylor, but it's fine, because I'd rather him be truthful and honest and tell her how he is feeling than to be dishonest and hold in how he really feels, and she get hurt putting in more feelings. Shaw says, while it hurt, I was actually proud of Taylor that he went with Clark, because I expected him to fold to peer pressure, but once he made his choice on his own, I'd rather that than him leading on. Exactly. Mary says Taylor is still in college, right? He is in vet school. So yes, he's still in college. He's in vet school. He's also a model. So is Alandria. But she also has a day job. And Ari points out a good point. Grant and Julian have already broken up. So when you build your foundation on just physical and not on the like that emotional connection and seeing the future and what could, like, we're having goals of what you could be, it's shaky ground. It's shaky ground. Jennifer Ruby says Alandria would be dodging athletes and celebrities in her DMs. Probably. So yeah, I think that that is my Ari says Alandria has a bachelor's already. Yes, but in order for him to be in vet school, that means that he also has his bachelor's. So he's basically becoming a doctor of animal science. KB says part of the reason Casa was this way is because the OG's girls don't often to explore the Casa boys, and Ace and Nick were playing games pretty heavy. No matter a main Villa girl was going to be vulnerable. This one, yeah. So yeah, that's how I feel about the situation. Islanders now must choose who's to save boys and girls. So we see JD, Ilan, and Zach are vulnerable for the boys, and the Casa people must that are now back in the villa must now choose which boy to save. Vanna, Coco, and Alandria are vulnerable, and the villa must now save them. So Casa, what we heard, mostly Elan's a nice guy and he's open. Zach, nice guy but guarded. Villa, Ace advocates for Coco as an option. She deserves a chance to get to know everybody. Now Nick says, listen, TJ, did Coco try to get to know you? He says no. He asked Pepe the same thing. He says no. He then says, well, she didn't get to know me either. And I also think this is fair, because now we're going into a Casa where these two people are going to be single. And if they're not open to getting to know everybody, again, this has been the guy's rule since the beginning, then it's going to throw off the situation. And so then we see him say to Clark, and well, Clark, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, he's been here. You've been here 3 days. Taylor might change his mind. And I feel like the fact that he said this tells me that the boys were under the impression that Taylor liked Alandria, that she was his top, and they are shocked because Pepe and TJ both agreed with this, and Ace said nothing, that he did not choose her, and that it's in their opinion, he might waver on his decision and try to double back. And I don't feel like they're wrong. So I know you guys are in the chat saying he didn't like her. Then he was not portraying that to anybody but y'all. Because everybody in the villa thought he liked her. And this is not on Alandria. And I need us to understand that. He portrayed to every single person that he liked her a lot. And if that is the case, this is not Alandria's fault. That means he snowed an entire villa of about 20 people. I don't know what to tell you guys. I get that the edit made it clear, but that's the edit, and this edit's not always true. We watched it last season with Serena. The edit wasn't true then either. Danita says, yeah, Coco was probably never going to pursue a white boy in there, while Alandria showed that she's open to various types, even though her top pick was a boy. Yes. Yes. Rachel, then why are they shocked that he didn't pick her? I want you to unpack that might have been an editing choice. And I want you to unpack that, then why are they shocked that he didn't pick her? And why didn't they tell her? And why do they think that he's going to double back if he found his right physical type? And you might be right. He might not have been physically attracted to her. But what if that's not what he was trying to say? And Ace and Nick knew that, because the man can't speak. And they still feel like he will go back to her. And she's saying it's because it's a smarter gameplay to move with Alandria. Then why didn't he choose her? Period. Why did he go to Clark? You can't say that he's playing a game but then chose Clark, because that's stupid. Like, it's literally a fumble to choose Clark over Alandria and then double back. It literally is. Not for this game. Brown Sugar says, I was surprised the OGs were surprised by Taylor's choice too. Whether they bought into Landria's view of the relationship, didn't they see his lack of energy and interest towards O? And then I'm trying to tell you guys, I don't think what we were given as the edit is what was happening in the villa. I don't think that what we were given in the edit was what was happening in the villa. I think he showed that he liked her to everybody, and that's why they're all shocked. And Sharnice agrees with me. He ain't that smart, guys. He's not that good of an actor. I don't think he's smart enough to play this game. Coco, I think shocked is a bit subjective to each villa. I didn't see any form of shock from anyone other than the guys who were outside the trio. Coco was shocked. Every single girl who had gone into Casa was shocked. Every single boy was also shocked except for Ace. If you look at their faces, go back and watch it. They were all shocked. They were all shocked. And Miss Brown says, I'm looking at the whole villa sideways, essentially. They said it was their best, but no one had any feedback to give her what she deserved, not conversation about what they observed. Or maybe what you are observing from an edit is not what they experienced in the villa. Boss Queen said, oh my God, everybody was shocked. Everybody was shocked, guys. Go back and watch it. I watched it 3 times. Because I had a theory about Coco and Clark after what they said in this elimination. And I went back and looked at all these faces. I'm like, why is Coco shocked? She was shocked. Shocked. Danita says, and Ace and Nick know he's not smart, but they knew that for him to make this decision on his own, and he made that decision. So when we see Pepe, TJ agree, Grayson and Jayden advocate for Coco over Alandria. They say they love Alandria. They love her down. We know this. And Rachel says, we'll see how this plays out, but I called in season 2 with Jaylen and season 4 with Zimi, and I'm calling it again. Yeah, and I called it last season with Serena and Cordell, and nobody believed me then either. And I called it in season 5 when I told everybody, and season 3, that if you eliminate certain people, we will have no full black people in this final, and I was right. And to be fair, I'm still happy that Jayla won. They were the right winners. And I'm happy that Zimi won. They were the right winners in the villa. They may not have worked outside the villa, but I wasn't looking for outside the villa. They worked inside the villa. They should have won. Because Johnny should have won over Justine. Johnny and Sally. Isaiah and Sydney should have worked over Zeta and Timmy in those 2 villas. No. I'm talking about winning. Now, outside of here, she might be looking at this outside because he is her personal type on paper. But I'm not looking for outside. I'm looking for inside now. And inside, I don't feel like that this guy is smart enough to snow an entire villa. I could be wrong. He could be the greatest actor of all time. He could be. So I was like, okay, that makes sense because Casa girls stick with each other. But then Clark is like conflicted, and I was like, what do you mean you're conflicted? This should be easy, guys. Why are you conflicted about a choice between Coco and Alandria? This should be a no-brainer, girl. Coco. Casa girl, Coco. But in my theory, I think that the next sentence we hear from Taylor, he's talking about she still was shooting shots after I chose Clark. She will continue to explore me. I think he was talking about Coco. And I think that's why Clark was the person conflicted, because in her head, both women were coming for her man. So which one could she go toe to toe with? That's why she told them, come back to me. Because in her head, I think she was insecure about both Coco and Alandria. And I actually think Alandria and Coco were closer, which is why Coco was shocked that Taylor didn't choose Alandria. I think also Coco was with Ace a lot, and Nick was with Ace a lot, and I think they all hung out together as a couple. I don't think that Nick and Ace like Clark. I don't think that most of the girls in the villa liked Clark. There should not have been hesitation from Clark on where her loyalty should have lied. The editing did not make any sense because Alandria did not throw a shot at that man. She clapped for him and she told them, okay, it is what it is. I thought differently, but I see it now. I think based on what we're seeing, even what Danita said, Coco was not getting to know any other white guy in that villa. She wasn't open to it. So she would have still gone and pursued the only black men in there. Ace, Taylor, and at this point, Chris? So I don't think he was open to Coco exploring with him. And as I said before, I think he didn't tell her he did not want to explore with her anymore. I think he just switched to Clark, kind of what we're seeing here, because he's not mature enough to stand in his decisions. Boss Queen says, I feel like Clark is a colorist. I agree. She already said it on her TikTok. Apparently she said light skins up. And so I do feel like she probably, well, it had to be unanimous. So I think that at that point, if she voted for Alandria, it was the two Casa girls out, because I feel like every guy ended up voting for Alandria, and she was the one that had to sway the other two girls, because at that point they didn't have enough votes to keep Coco. And Coco wasn't going to get to know any white guys, whereas Alandria would go and work and get to know Elan and whoever else on the other side that the guys, the villa, the Casa girls had decided to choose. So a lot of people are like, oh, Ace and Taylor tried to dump Alandria. I do not believe that, because then she would have been dumped. If Ace, Taylor, Clark, Grayson, and Jaylen had voted against Pepe, Nick, and TJ, how did they get Alandria back in the villa? How did they get Alandria back in the villa? No way. No way. Danita says, yeah, I don't care what happens on outside with these photos. I'm solely focused on what's happening now. Dreadful Ruby says, if I were Clark, it would be Coco, no hesitation. Casa girls got to have Casa girls back, period. But I think that she was more insecure about Coco than she was Alandria, because she already stole Alandria's man. But Coco could come and get him. Ms. Brown should have said, 100% agree that what we see from the edit could be very slanted. That's not always the case, but I always feel like this cast is surface deep, not likely to push anyone or bring up uncomfortable topics. That's not true, because Hannah said in her interviews they talked about uncomfortable topics all the time, and that's how she knew that there was only a few people that she could continue to explore with, because Austin's a Trump supporter. And so then we deduced that obviously Charlie wasn't, because he obviously didn't vote for, but she did say Nick. So obviously Nick also wasn't a Trump supporter. And Pepe, because they didn't support Trump, but she knew that Austin was a no-go from her. Jeffrey really says, I'm not feeling Clark. Personality does nothing for me. 3M Shaw says Austin for Alandria as well. So I think Ace was a deciding vote for, okay, yeah. So deciding for Alandria. Right. I just think he wanted to make sure it wasn't Vanna getting any shot. And I do think that it's possible that Clark probably brought up Vanna. It was like, how about Vanna? Because I don't think she felt insecure about Vanna either. But she felt insecure about Alandria and Coco. And who could blame her? Two of the baddest bitches to walk into this season 7. Dreadful Rudy says, I don't care what happens with these folks. I will, however, be devastated if court. Please, let's not put that in there. Natalie says, what Johnny said on his live was cringe. Stay away from Adriana. He is gross, and I don't understand why people like that man. And I'm so glad every day that he did not win. Sorry. Not sorry. You might be upset about my vote for Jaylen. I will never be upset because Johnny did not win that season. Danita says, yeah, he picked Clark over Olan in the recoupling, but he picked Coco over Clark as Casa day 1. Period. KB says, I just popped out to rewatch the Casa recoupling. Ace, Austin, and Nick all looked disappointed. Started at the 10-16 mark. Only the Casa boys and the girls were shocked. Ace wanted to keep Coco because Chris was coming in the villa and he knew Chris was with Shelly in Casa. But I still stand. So then how did Alandria get the vote? He said that, Of all the seasons, I've been on 2 seasons of Love Island. Of all the seasons of Love Island, Adriana is the most beautiful person to ever walk into this villa. Even Love Island games. How could you? Why y'all start bringing in beautiful people now? Mind you, he was coupled up with one of the most beautiful women in season 2. Everybody came in for Sally, and his little immature ass couldn't handle it. Then he wilded out in Casa. He's disgusting. You literally dated her after the show. What the hell are you talking about? He's a weirdo. Dreadful said, yeah, like Sally is just an average girl. I mean, yeah, a lot of these girls have had work done. Sally has had work done, but even still, she's gorgeous. Like, what are we talking about here? He's just a disgusting human being. But he's going on House of Villains. So what is it that we don't expect from Johnny Middlebrook? He's trying to feed his daughter. He says he was promised the most beautiful women on the season, and they weren't. Johnny has no neck, had no business speaking. Period. But people just kept trying to tell me, no, Tamika, you don't see their love story. They love each other. They are going to last long because he is actually into her. And I'm like, I don't see it, but sure. And as he said now, he's proven me right. He was never into her. And Mary says they're all pretty than me. Don't say that. Sarni says his baby mama, the most beautiful woman, because he knocked her up. Because focus on that. I don't know. She was pretty, but I mean, she also was pregnant. But I mean, she looks very similar in coloring and height and facial structure to Sally. So I don't understand. Natalie says Nick Viall is also a weirdo. He is. He called Sierra, Alandria, and Shelly leftovers. It was the weirdest thing, but I wish they would stop giving him interviews. Dreadfully says, yeah, I listened to Ricky's recap of Jeremiah's interview with Nick, and I can't stand it. It was gross. KB says, I think Olan got the vote because it was smarter to keep Olan. Casa girls can build on that with the OG girls. I mean, okay, that's fair. I'm saying in the initial vote, it didn't seem that Clark wanted to keep either girl. So that's all my point was. And that Ace, I don't feel like was trying to vote against Alandria. I think he was just trying to prove that Coco should be a choice versus Vanna. Obviously, he says Baldasha said herself that Alandria pulled her for a chat and said that she wanted to get to know Nick. Baldasha and Ola should have switched partners because Taylor wanted to chat to Baldasha too. Interesting enough, Baldasha 2 weeks ago said that Taylor wanted her and that she didn't choose him because Alandria was her girl and she would have never done that to her. How could she? Alandria was only stuck on Taylor and she only had eyes for Taylor, and that Taylor didn't explore her because he was afraid that Nick would be the person she would run back to. So explain to me how the person who says her closest person was Huda, but her and Alandria would talk, was so much now the confidant that they were going to swap men all of a sudden 2 weeks later. Which one is it? And also, can somebody explain to me why Baldasha feels like Sierra was not in any of this equation? Why are we only talking about Nick and Ola? And also, somebody explain to me why Olan said to Nick she had no idea that he was interested in her and thought she was beautiful. Danita says, not Beldasha contradicting herself. It's giving coy. I think personally, if the conversation happened, it would have happened day 1. She got evicted day 3. It's giving coy last season where he kept saying, oh, if I should have explored with Serena. And if I had explored with Serena, I think I could have gotten her. This is coming from somebody who was in the villa all of a week. Things change quickly. I think she's talking about potential conversations they had when they were interested in each other in the first day. He kissed Alandria blindfolded, and then Sierra came, kissed all of them, and he never looked at Alandria in that way. He never expressed it to her. He might have said it to Taylor, but there was no switch that was going to happen. Beldasha couldn't even keep him once Sierra came into the villa. So how were they going to switch? She's contradicting herself. Beldasha is giving, she's doing everything she can to try to stay relevant. Man, we don't care. What do you think? It's giving coy. Still talking about the villa like he was there. Talk about Kenny and Janae don't really like each other. How would you know? You were gone 3 to 4 weeks prior to that. Same thing with Beldasha. She has been gone for weeks. And she is not even talking about Sierra in that equation, which tells me if that was a conversation, which I kind of doubt, because this is the second switch of conversation, it would have happened day 1 to 2. Not day 3 when she was eliminated, day 3 or 4. 3M Show says, I don't know. I feel like Taylor was talking about Allah because he said he didn't choose Clark until this moment. Coco left him before. So should Coco have thrown shots? I think he's been mature. He said she's mad that I chose Clark and she was throwing shots at me. But again, when did Alandria have time to throw shots? They went into an elimination, and that she was continuing to try to explore me. I think she's going to continue to try to explore me. I don't think he was talking about, it didn't work for what if we're talking about Alandria, because there was not enough time. And Boss Queen says she doesn't think he is talking about Alandria. Mary says, how is Alandria a leftover a week ago? She had men trying to open doors for her. I don't know, but Nick Vial is the most gross human being when it comes to microaggressions. And I've said this. Boss Queen says, can we talk about Nick gagging Clark, telling her she's only been there for 3 days and Taylor could change his mind? Can we talk about the fact that Taylor didn't disagree with him? That all the boys agreed with him and Taylor didn't disagree with him? So, because that would have been a point where he would have been like, yeah, he's wrong. I'm not going to, like, he would have shook his head. No, I'm not trying to get to know her. But he just looked. So, next up, we see the choices Elon and Alandria. The rest are dumped. I'm sorry to see Coco go. And I love this. I do feel like it's funny that whenever we see a recoupling, if they don't show us the people's thought process, people are mad. When they do show us the people's thought process, they're mad. So at this point, it is what it is. That is it for today. Let's look at this first look, maybe. Also, I need Callum and Sally to not be on any of these things. I really do. Oh wait, it has to be a tab. So share screen. Tab. Okay. Sure. Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. Sorry. Why is it doing this? Hold on, guys. Sorry. I need to get the volume.
You're in a villa, you have sex, and then your best friend and the guy that you like that you made.
Ain't nobody like me.
No? I really was surprised. I wonder how Chris is feeling, if I'm being honest. Why am I still exploring if me and Ace have such a strong connection?
Is he prepared to go to war?
You're in a villa, you have sex, and then your best friend and the guy that you like that you made out with goes, let's kiss now. No.
You're making me second guess everything.
Sorry, okay, I'm not trying to do that, but
Yeah, it makes me really uncomfortable.
I want to reassure you that I ain't going nowhere. It's time to kick it up a notch.
That just lights up a fire underneath. I don't lose.
Pepe, Pepito. He's just my type.
You're super hot.
What? Me?
For sure. What the hell is it?
It's a heart rate challenge!
I'ma go and get loud. See me run this town. Like whoa, like whoa.
I've been a bad girl.
How about?
Hands up, everybody!
I'm not afraid of it. I'll bring the pain. I love the taste of it.
It's your turn to watch, though.
Look at me, do my thing.
I was mad. I am mad.
I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid.
The hood took it too far.
What's up?
That looked a little more than just a challenge.
So fresh.
Sorry.
That was wild.
For me, it'd be a sore spot. Exactly.
Okay. Interesting. I'm still not sure what Alandria did there, but that people were talking about, but I'll have to watch it again. Apparently, Driver Ruby says, who said that to Alandria? It was Elon and Chris were the two men that she kissed in the Casa challenge. So I can see her getting to know Elon. And we'll see if they bring a bombshell in for her. But I mean, I'm excited to watch. I think it's a lot of people for a heart rate challenge, but this villa is full. It's full. It is so full. It's so full. I need them to like dump people. KB says, I haven't watched After Sun, but I agree Calvin and Sully can't sell me on watching anything. I'm tired of them. Danita said, Dream Shot, there's most definitely would be the case. Hopefully we get clarity. But like Mika said, it's very telling that Taylor said nothing to Nick's comment. Rachel, Callum and Sully do. I only watched this and they just basically mouthpiece what either the fans are saying or what producers tell them to do. And I can't get with it. It's so weird. They don't have their own opinion. They're like bots. KB says Pepino and Adriana would look good together. They would. I don't hate that pairing, to be honest. I think what's Pepe? Because she's also Pepe's type. Pepe, I forget what Pepe is. Pepe, Adriana is a Taurus, like me, and Jeremiah, and Pepe is a June 27th is his birthday. Oh, his birthday was a couple days ago. So he is a Cancer? No. Oh, so Hannah said that Pepe's birthday was a few days ago, so June 27th, because nobody could find his birthday. And that means that him and Adriana are actually a super good match. And remember, he wanted to get to know her. She's very much his type. I would be interested in watching that. Pepe and Adriana, very, very interested in watching that. That spark. Because I don't see it with him and Grayson, to be honest, and I don't see it with her and Brian, or whatever his name is. Dread for Ruby says, oh, good, look, the heart rate challenge. I'm excited. Heart rate challenge is fun. Messy, messy fun. A little lighthearted fun. And yes, KB, Huda is back on being a girl's girl. Dread for Ruby, Huda literally licked Jeremiah's package during the challenge, so wouldn't be surprised to me. KB says, Elan wants Sierra. Yeah. Rachel, not the Zionist. Please tell me what choices here does our girl have. It's either a Zionist, a Tory Lane supporter, a Trumpist, a MAGA, a Republican. I don't know who y'all. The villa is the villa, guys. Unless they send in somebody new, our girl has limited options. Bosky says Ola was on top of Taylor during the challenge. But doesn't she have to do that to every guy? Are you saying like she took him and laid him on the floor and went on him? And yeah, like that's who I would choose. That's the person I'm most comfortable in a sexual position. I really don't think that that's a big deal. Not saying she's pursuing him. She could be pursuing. I don't know, but I'm just saying I wouldn't think it was a big deal, to be honest. Not in a challenge anyway. Jeffrey Ruiz says, I was just about to say that's so many people for a challenge. It really is a lot of people for a challenge. We need to get rid of some of these people. Let's be real. They're going to send a girl bomb in and then they're sending more people home. Yeah, they probably will. Jeffrey Ruiz says, I like to see what Ariana is wearing on After Sun. I enjoyed what Serena and when Serena and Janae were on. I agree. The episode with Serena and Janae were on was really, really good. But it was literally the factor of Serena and Janae when they went around the villa while everybody was asleep and just like took hold of the villa. That was fun. Roskine says Adriana wanting Pepe now is funny. But I think she did like Pepe. They just had their connection cut off because he was with Hannah. And then they split up. Tia says, in the words of Nicole, from last season, it's a lot of bodies in this bitch, period. Dina says, and Jana says, I'm leaving here with something. Yeah. Mary says, everyone looks good with Adriana. I mean, fair so far. But she seems to pick really well, except for the Brian thing. Whatever his name is. KB says, the app says that Pepe is a Pisces. I understand that, but Hannah gave an interview because a lot of people could not confirm his birthday. And she said that his birthday was June 27th, and that she was actually going to do something for it. So either Hannah is either Hannah's lying or I don't know. I'm just giving you because I know that Astrology Island was having a hard time finding his birthday, and a lot of other people were having a hard time finding his birthday. So I don't know. Tia says that's a Cancer. So I don't know. I'm just going by what interviews that we see. Mary says Pepe Landria falling apart before it already began. Mary. Tia says I would love for Pepe and Adriana. I'd like to not see him with a boring white woman. I mean, period, Tia. Period. Buzzkey says exactly. I don't get why they're upset. I don't get it. KB says it would make sense for her to choose him though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like last season when Mimi went and kissed Ayo. I know everybody was upset, but she doesn't give physical affection to people a lot. So she kissed who she felt comfortable with. And she said, I'll do it again because my whole thing is if she doesn't kiss everybody, she's going to kiss who she is comfortable with. And that was Ayo. I don't think she wanted Ayo. I think the situation was dead. I know everybody else doesn't believe that. I personally did. Danita says people think she picked him because Elon picked Sierra, but yeah, it's not that serious. But let's say her and Elon agreed to get to know each other. It is a challenge. You go with who you're comfortable with. So Elon picking Sierra, I wouldn't have a problem with it either. I didn't have a problem with it. I watched it, and then the shot he threw at Nick. Sorry. KB says Hannah outside, so she's probably mixed up Charlie's birthday with Pepe. Maybe. That's also possible. Rachel says, have there been any good exit interviews that aren't viral files? I'm gonna be very truthful. I haven't watched many interviews. They're all white presenting. I've watched clips. They're all white presenting. I haven't seen any with any good black influencers or people. So I have nothing to give you. Nothing to give you. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to cut it off here. It was a good 4 hours. I'm glad we got to catch up. Listen, we might not always agree, but we will always have fun. Mary says it was a fun stream. I'm glad. Listen, if we disagree, we disagree. It's not because I don't appreciate your opinion, but this platform is for me to give you mine. So, thank you guys for joining me. I love you both. I think somebody was asking if I have watched UK. I have not. A woman of color got dumped the first episode, and I was just like, okay, and I'm out. I have a lot going on. I could not do it. Maybe I'll catch up to UK. It's very hard. Dreadful Reese says, I'm going to go watch the UK folks get pied. Yes, that's why I was hoping to be finished by this time, because then you guys can go watch the UK. But at least I got up to date. And I'll be back tonight, hopefully with Miss T-Joy. But if not, it'll just be me again to chat this Heart Rate Challenge episode. I'm excited to watch this because we need some lightheartedness. It's a lot. It's a lot. Eva says, in the bushes, enjoy the recap. Thank you, Eva. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy the rest of it. Mary feels like the UK is dry. We would keep you informed. Thank you. So I will, if I can, I'll try to go back, but it's very difficult, and I'm not seeing anything. Alima's journey right now seems just like any other Black woman's journey. And you know me, I like to spotlight the Black women, and they're not giving me much to work with, guys. So if Chantel decides to go back to doing UK, I will hop on one of hers as soon as I can catch up. Otherwise, I'm here until the end of this season for USA. I'm back on track. I'm excited. And I will cover Beyond the Villa. I will cover Perfect Match. And then we will go from there. I'm definitely also covering the Big Brother Amazing Race in the fall. And if Love Island Games comes in the fall, like I've been told, I will be covering that too. So you're going to see me. You're going to see me. I hope you guys enjoyed. And KB says, thank you for the lengthy recap, Mika. Congratulations to your son. And glad to see you back. Thank you, guys. I'm so glad I could come back. I missed you guys. I've been ranting and raving on Twitter, if you saw me. But yeah, so it's been hard, but I had to get my mind right. But now I'm back. Boss Queen says, thank you. Happy you're back. See you tonight. KB says, Alima standing on business though. When you show her has been good to see. She's not playing with. I loved it. When I saw what she's been doing, I love it. But I want them to send her person in Casa, hopefully, if she makes it. So enjoy that season. Hopefully I'll catch up at some point and maybe we can chit chat to it. Jenny says, yes, thank you for coming back. I need the mature perspective. Yeah, like I want you guys to know I appreciate your opinions, your thoughts, your comments. This is not your comment, it makes no sense, blah, blah, blah. This is, let me give you another perspective from my long time watching of reality TV, from watching this show, from watching other shows. Maybe it's not what any of us think. Maybe it's something different. And always remember, the villain is not us, not the Islanders. It's production. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tonight. And love you. Bye.